ganar, ¿eh?
Kayo yung kanalang pangari. Jadi kakek ko hendak patong bangkisan. Punga doku papuna ni kapta kuma mema. Gapeta kuma mema. Dati mekwas ama kaira ira.
The performance is characterized by a frenetic, shaking and highly agile dance style where the dancers uses the seats to move rapidly. The dancers interact with musicians and the crowd, sometimes chasing other performances who are acting out of fear or bravado. The Tupuhuki dance, the dancers are driven by intense drumming and singing that motivated them to perform to the ultimate expected of them.
kita waktu itu anakata. Lain naskah kata. Yang mana pilih yang kita kata kalau orang lain tidak mau.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ẹ̀gbọ́njúwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹ̀gbọ́njúwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
ITV, certainly the best.
So much to talk about on the show. As always, the only price you've got to pay is to stay with us on the program TMI on the ITV network. I'm Sonny Duke Okosu. My colleagues are here with me, Chuku Funaya, and of course, Anu Luakbo. Ladies, good to have you on the show. How's the weekend?
Well, it's good to be here.
Yeah.
A fun, relaxing weekend, but it's back to work and back to dishing out information that are pertinent and useful.
Okay, and then Anu?
My weekend was great. It was quite short.
It's showing over you, showing all over you.
Well, I feel like we should have like Monday attached to the weekend. But anyway, we're here now, and it's good to be here. Thank God for life.
You say?
We should have we should have an extension of the weekend sometimes.
Okay, as always, we have our colleagues joining us from Abuja Network Studio. Kadro is there, and of course, Mercelina from our Lagos Network Studio in the course of the program. Okay, we've got Mercy here. Mercy, good to have you on the show. Talk to me about the weekend that just ended. I mean, today is Monday. Are you like Anu that wants weekend to extend to 4 days out of a week?
Good morning to you, Dr. Sonny Duke, of course. Good morning, and good morning, Chukwufunaya. Amen. If the weekend could extend, we would be happy about it. You know, I had a beautiful week, good days, and you know, upon this thing that people know the week is very short, but when it's weekdays, it's very long, and you're excited. Oh, it's weekend, and you know, you'll be waiting before you know it. You know it. You close your eyes and open. It's already Monday. But man, we're used to the job. We're used to, you know, waking up and coming to work. It's a beautiful day here in Lagos and a good weather, and we're looking forward to the day.
Fantastic, fantastic. Well, so much to talk about, particularly as it relates to the debt profile of Nigeria. The debts are rising and the loans are increasing and they are broadening by the day. And then, of course, a subsidy has been removed. So the fundamental question has been, subsidy is gone. The removal of subsidy was supposed to give us a platform to get more monies into the country. And more monies are actually coming in. So why are we still borrowing? Why is the debt profile of Nigeria rising, particularly under the present administration? Where are all the monies going into? These are some of the questions we're going to be asking on the show today, TMI on the ITV network. But of course, as always, we'll kickstart the conversation from the studio before we bring in our panelist joining us from Vancouver in Canada, Dr. Osaze Iyoha. And then, of course, we've got Destiny Owabo, development economist, joining us live here in the studio. But let's get talking about the latest in the loan request by the federal government. I hear the $16 million loan request, it hasn't been approved, which means it hasn't been gotten, but is dedicated to the Sokoto Badagry superhighway, as it were. So to talk to me about what you know about it. You are not the finance minister. Anyway.
I am not, but yeah, I am a Nigerian who is also, you know, wanting to keep in tune with what's happening in Nigeria. And so, you know, I've gone to research it a little bit, and I can tell you that it's, like you did say, it's about the financing deal for the Sokoto Badagry Expressway, which the president does say is in the long run going to boost Nigeria's economy. And it's something that we've heard repeated times from the presidency, from the government, that these economic reforms are long-term reforms. You did speak about the subsidy removal, which we were told as well that is going to be a long-term benefits to Nigeria's economy. And now we're seeing this $516 million loan request brought up to the Senate by the presidency. The president plans to take that loan from the Deutsche Bank, a German institution. And of course, the loan spans over 9 years, which is just saying that they're going to be paying that loan maybe in the next administration. So he's not just planning this debt for himself or for his own administration, but for, you know, the administration to come. And while he does say that the Sokoto Badagry Expressway is going to boost trade, is going to boost economic activities in Nigeria, there's also concerns that is this not an economic shortfall. A lot of Nigerians are asking questions, and hopefully with time we'll see answers.
Okay, fantastic. I mean, if they get you employed as the Minister of Finance, I mean, you're going to do a lot of... anyways, I know, yeah, you've been following this story. Are you bothered?
Well, I think a lot of Nigerians should be bothered at this point, but I want to take it up from the angle of where Sanusi, the former Central Bank of Nigeria governor, did state over the weekend. He was so vocal about it at an event in Abuja where he talked about borrowing. But even before I say that, in the words of Bayo Onanuga, borrowing is not a sin. Okay, so he actually did talk about the fact that the fuel subsidy was removed by the president. Of course, he has been behind that, you know, policy being done. And when he did see our president come in May 2023 to do that, he was quite good. But now, what is the problem? With the fuel subsidy being removed, it means that we have more monies for the government. Right now, governors in different states in Nigeria
and even local governments,
right, are getting 10 times more than what they usually get. So why are we still borrowing? That is the big question right now on every Nigerian's lip. He talked about transparency. He talked about accountability. And, you know, this is where we are really. I feel like a lot of Nigerians would not be bothered if when we see our government or government officials borrow and we see the dividends of what they are even using the monies for, like infrastructure, lights and all of that, right? We would really not be bothered. But in a situation where you keep on borrowing and borrowing, especially at this critical point in governance when we have the 2027 election just around the corner, there are those who would say perhaps it's for political realignment and political, you know, all of that. But right now we do not know. And the question has really come to stay. Why are we still borrowing more when subsidy was removed, when we do not have, you know, subsidy being there? What is that dividend that an average Nigerian is truly enjoying at this point?
Ms. Olina, maybe you can help us make sense of this issue. Why are we still borrowing? Give us insight into what you're looking at from the Lagos studio.
Yeah, exactly. That will be our main session today. We will be having a legal practitioner that would help us talk more on it today. That is the question a lot of Nigerians, myself, you, and all the Nigerians, that is the question we've been asking. I mean, we saw that when the president just came into power, talking about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the first thing he did was to, you know, remove fuel subsidy. And we were thinking, according to him, that would help boost the economy, that would bring more money into the economy. But at this time, we are still borrowing. borrowing. According to what I just said earlier, you know, the Nigerians, if we're seeing the dividend of what they use this money, you know, we won't ask this question. Nigerians wouldn't come out to ask this question. But the fact that they kept borrowing and borrowing and borrowing, and we're not saying what they're using it for in terms of infrastructure and all of that. We're not saying these things. And you kept coming out to say you want to borrow, the Senate should approve and all of that. You know, Nigerians were worried. At this point, I feel we should be worried. Everyone, myself, yourself, Nigerians, everyone needs to be worried. They kept borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. What are they using this money for? What about the fuel subsidy? I mean, that's the question for today, but we would leave it for our guests that will be coming in today. Like I said earlier, we'll be having a legal practitioner and barrister Atta Adams who would help us analyze the topic. So basically from Lagos today, we're still looking at the rising debts in Nigeria. The presidents kept borrowing and borrowing and borrowing, and what are they using it for? We don't know. So hopefully we get an answer soon.
All right, thank you. Of course, I can also assure our viewers that this is the same line of thoughts coming from our Abuja Network studio in the course of this conversation. So you stay with us and enjoy all that we have for you on the show. Well, over the weekend, two major international incidents. One took place because it's gone. Maybe also is still ongoing. The other is within the borders of Africa continent, where terrorists have invaded Bamako, Mali. And we hear the defense minister has been killed, his wife killed, his son killed. And of course, the military junta in Mali is already engaging the militants. I mean, there's so much to talk about, so much to unpack on that issue. And then, of course, we also saw in the U.S. the correspondent dinner where there was a shooting, and President Donald Trump and, of course, his vice, J.D. Vance, they had to be rushed out of that particular venue. But the shooter was eventually killed, and his house is under siege in California already. But back home, the coalitions and coalitions, it has coalitions now coalesce.
Yeah. Have been coalesced, right? My God.
But the point is, ADC came on board as a coalition platform. The faction of PDP, some APC, and all of that, they came together to form the coalition, ADC. But we hear now that the opposition party are now a mega coalition to engage the APC and the present government to ensure we don't have a one party contesting the 2027 election. I mean, this is what democracy is about, yeah?
Yeah, I feel like all of this just goes to show, you know, the theatrics that characterizes the Nigerian political space, the struggle to not tilt into a one-party system, because the opposition probably sees how strongly the government of the day holds power. And I would say, or you know, it's popular opinion that the opposition is threatened and not wanting, you know, to go down to the government of the day. And also, over the weekend, talking about coalitions, we also got to see within the ADC, Kwakwaso and Peter Obi, according to news agencies and reports, are going around rallying northern leaders, you know, for probably a joint presidential ticket. So these are just all the theatrics that stem from looking up to 2027. It's definitely a lot to unpack.
Yes, a lot to unpack. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the event was held in Ibadan, and in the political system and history in Nigeria, it is one major state that has political undertone to it, with what happened previous years up until now. And we saw the likes of Seyi Makinde, who hosted them, Atiku Abubakar, in fact, major political bigwigs in the opposition party there. And aside them deciding to bring out a single presidential, you know, aspirant for the 2027 general election, they also had 5 demands. They want the INEC chairman, Professor Joash Amopita, to be removed, and they are also still insisting that the timing for the primaries be extended from May and give them an ample time to, you know, figure out themselves. But now the question really is, how would they be able to achieve all of this? Their major concern is to fight strongly the warring party state system that it seems to be brewing up. And according to Seyi Makinde, who said igniting things over the weekend, that even got the APC, the party itself, the presidency, respond to it, where he talked about one incident that happened a couple of years ago in the 90s, and he said that we probably might be seeing that the presidency did react to it, but he also did state that it is not a case of a political ambition and interest by one person. It is a collective responsibility to help Nigerians fight what it seems to be a one-party system here. And even though Felix Moka yesterday at a sister station said that they are not scared because they have over 31 state governors, so why should they be scared? It is just the opposition parties that are, you know, accusing them wrongly of being the main cause of all of the political shenanigans that has been going on in their parties.
Okay, so our fingers are crossed, and watch how all of these will pan out ultimately, building up to 2027. If you just join us, it's still TMI on the ITV network. We'll take a break here. When we return, we'll look at what the papers are saying, and then we'll bring our guests on board as we unpack the conversation on the rising debt profile and, of course, what needs to be done, what can be done, and then, of course, insights into what some have described as the reasons behind the removal of the Minister of Finance, talking about Wale Edun. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome back to This Morning on ITV TMI. We're now in our newspaper review segment where we take a look at the headlines on our national dailies. We begin with Daily Sun. And on the headline there on Daily Sun, it talks about 2027. NDC offers Obi Kwakwaso joint ticket. Gives duo 2-week window to join party, be its presidential, vice presidential candidates. Moving on, it also headlines PDP factions clash over Makide's Ibadan speech, and that's on page 6. On the business scene, Daily Sun headlines, CBN tightens noose, mops up 2.8 trillion naira from banks. The SAP rider says moves to stabilize FX markets as demand rises. Also on Daily Sun, on page 27, Lagos governorship race intensifies. Aspirants jostle for endorsements. Also, no fresh tax on vehicles, says the federal government. That story is on page 25. Fuel price hike feared as Trump cancels second Iran meeting. Marketers fret. Read all about that story on page 21 of Daily Sun. Away from that, its headlines, Varsity, VC laments high rates of ritualists in Nigeria when students. And that's on page 26. Well, that's about it for Daily Sun.
The Daily Trust newspaper is up next, leading with an interesting headline that says, long wait, staff shortage, crisis in public hospitals worsens. And this is really pathetic. Away from that, underwear display, political campaign hits Nulo in Kanu. Now, this interesting story trended over the weekend. I don't know if you saw it with a woman actually.
Oh, yes, I did see it. It's so funny.
We're going to have it on TMI socials today. It was so hilarious to think that they've moved
at
from
At some point, I just thought it was something.
AI?
Yeah, I couldn't make sense of it. Like, why did they come up with that?
Oh my goodness. On a hilarious note, someone actually did say that. Just imagine you get home with that and your husband.
And you know, the images where the picture is put, you will see it on TMI socials.
Oh my God. Away from that, Sokoto onion farmers lose 10,000 bags in fire, to fire in 1 week. You get details of that on page 33. Abuja's chaotic transport system drains the residents on page 6. Outside Nigeria, Nigerians face rising threats in South Africa. Ask federal government to act on page 5. We really do not know what's going on over there in South Africa, and also Ghanaians too demanding for Nigerians to return back to their country. Well, moving on page 25, still on Daily Trust. Delayed flights as jet fuel shortage deepens. Aviation fuel hike. Stakeholders seek government intervention to save 2026 Hajj. Sulays gamble, APC imminent loss in Nasarawa State. That's on page 11. And I think that's all the Daily Trust have for us this morning.
Moving on to the Guardian newspaper. A major headline there is from the business scene. It says, banks grapple with asset quality validation tests after 4.65 trillion naira capital. And that's on page 6. Moving on, it says, NCAA raises concern over domestic airlines service failure. Read all about that on page 3. On the political scene, it headlines, NDC offers Obi Kwankwaso joint presidential ticket. Also on The Guardian, APC crisis festers as 5 states face exclusion from primaries convention. And that's on news page 3 also. Moving on, ground handlers may suspend operations over airlines' 9 billion naira debt. Seems like it's a thing across Nigeria now, the whole death thing. Sure. All right, moving on to the security situation. Alleged coup plot. Detained colonel sues federal government, demands 500 million naira damages. That's on page 9. Also, on The Guardian, backlash over Alausa's stand on social science courses amid widening job crisis. In Lagos State government signs power purchase agreements with 3 IPP firms. On page 7, you get to read all about that. Moving on, Serap NGE sue NBC over threats to sanction broadcasters. Now that's on page 5. Away from that, on 2027 election, it headlines, group predicts APC likely to lose in Nasarawa. And finally, cracks hurdles in united opposition hand as APC strategic edge ahead of 2027. You get to read all about that on page 6 of the Guardian newspaper.
The Punch newspaper is up next, leading with Ibadan meeting. PDP, ADC blocks reject joint presidential tickets. Subwriter says, Wike camp, Atiku mark misled by impostors. Kachiku, ADC faction, Labour Party disown meeting. APC questions Makinde's fitness for office after Operation Retirement. Well, all of that and more on page 2 of the Punch newspaper this morning. NNPC refineries will never work again. Who was speaking? Former President of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, has still been on the stance with the state of our refineries here in Nigeria. Well, you get details of that on page 39. Fuel price hike. Airlines plan Thursday shutdown. Still on page 39. Atiku warns against suspending campaigns in Borno, Benue, and others on page 44. Well, away from that, we have other interesting headlines this morning. INEC Gabam recognition sparks fresh SDP row on page 44. Why OAU declined venue for Peter lecture? Who is speaking? The management has that to say on page 8. Another UK-based Nigerian found dead at workplace on page 4. Now, interestingly, on the front page of the Punch newspaper, still following other national dailies this morning, we have a picture of our president and also managing director of Julius Berger as regards a courtesy call at the State House in Abuja on Wednesday. Well, that's all the Punch has for us today.
Now on New Telegraph, which is our next point of call, the major headline there is on the alleged coup. accused officers to be arraigned. Take plea May 8th. And that's on the investigation. The sub-rider says Mali's defense minister killed as coordinated attacks hit military targets. Read all about that story on page 3 and 4 of New Telegraph. Away from that, on the political scene, primary deadline, NDC woos Obi Kwakwaso with presidential ticket. Sub-rider says, why I declined invitation to opposition summit, and that's said by Shori. On the Ibadan summit, it headlines, PDP defends Makinde over witty comments. Sub-rider says, place governors under watch. APC tells security agency. Still on page 3 and also page 5. Also on New Telegraph, it headlines, Adeleke approves implementation of ASU FGN Pact for Uni Osun. Read all about that on page 8. On the foreign scene, it's on the Washington shooting. Gunman plan to target top Trump officials, says the Attorney General. Also there on New Telegraph newspaper, it headlines, on the 2027 polls, concerns over federal government's 135 billion naira budget for litigation. The sub-rider says huge budgetary allocation for suits will endanger electoral system, and that's said by lawyers on page 14 and 16. Away from that, Serap editors sue NBC over threats to sanction broadcasters for expressing opinions, and that's on page 2. On the aviation crisis, it headlines, carriers insist on shutdown as meeting with federal government ends in deadlock. It goes on to say, we're pouring water into baskets, and that's said by Uriesi. Uber, price increase will plummet passenger traffic. And still on the 2027 polls, it says mixed grill for second-term governors. Senate retirement on the cards amidst secession battles. That story is on page 9, 10, and 11. And also anemia in older adults linked to higher dementia risk, and that's shown by a study. It's on the health scene, and it's seen on page 30 of New Telegraph.
Well, finally, the Vanguard newspaper leading with an interesting viewing debate that says NASU, CONUA, NAPTAN to federal government, you can't scrap irrelevant courses in VASTIs. Well, sub-rider says, warns students against taking loans to pursue worthless course. Let course evolve, CONUA speaking. Relevant, irrelevant courses can't be determined on face value. Who's speaking? NASU. There is a need to tread softly. NAPTAN speaking, and of course no response yet from ASU. On page 9 you see details of that interesting conversation. While still on Vanguard this morning, Nigerian Guild of Editors, Serap sues NBC over media gag order on page 21. And finally, how Nigeria can reverse 2.5 trillion naira agri export deficit. Guardian on page 13 has that to say.
All right, well, that is about it for our newspaper review segment. And up next, we'll be looking at the most consequential part of this program, the discussion segment, where we'll be talking about borrowing under President Bola Tinubu and the economic impact, reviewing Nigeria's rising debt profile. That segment will be handed by Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun. There's a lot to unpack. Don't go away.
Thanks again for rejoining us on the program TMI on the ITV network. We get our conversation segment on course as we take a look at Nigeria's borrowing, particularly under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on the road to 2027. The question is it a debt trap or a development model? Nigeria's debt has hit 159.28 trillion naira. That's 66,250 naira per every Nigerian. man, woman, child. Today we ask, is President Tinubu's borrowing a bridge to growth or a debt trap ahead of 2027? And looking at the 2026 budget, total spending 68.3 trillion naira. But here's the worry. Debt servicing alone takes 15.81 trillion naira. And we'll look at all of those other data and statistics as we move along on this conversation. But let me welcome our guest here. Destiny Owobu is the development expert and analyst. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
We also have joining us from Vancouver in Canada, Dr. Osaze Iyoha. Doc, it's always a delight to have you join us and engage issues of this nature. Good to have you on the show.
Good morning.
Okay, I'm not so sure I heard you loud and clear, but I just want to believe you are there, and then of course we're going to have this conversation. Yeah, let me start with you, Destiny.
Yeah.
Looking at the debt profile, I mean, there are huge concerns that subsidy removal was supposed to be a blessing, which means the government will have more money, and those monies will now be deployed for infrastructure development, all that government wants to do. The question is, why is our debt profile rising by the day? We're borrowing more by the day. And could it be that this whole conversation around subsidy removal is a hoax?
Actually, the debt profile is not really increasing as shown in the Naira value. Basically, what is happening is the value of the Naira is falling. And so, technically, when you value the debt in the Naira, it will run into trillions, like 159 trillion you mentioned just now. So the big problem here is we do not have a debt problem. What Nigeria has is a revenue problem. Our debt is unsustainable given the fact that our revenue profile is very low. What the government is basically doing with the debt is we are paying about 75% to 80% of our revenue, using it to pay the debt. So that's where the problem really is. It's not because we are incurring more debt. If you check the dollar statistics, you see that the debt has not really increased beyond $5 billion since the administration came in. The last administration left the debt at 87 trillion. This administration is leaving it at about 159 trillion. That's because we are not considering the Naira value. The Naira has fallen by 5 in the last 3 years. And so when you denominate debt in dollars, because the Naira value is falling, it will appear as if it is larger. But in absolute terms, the debt has not really increased significantly compared to what it was earlier. So the biggest problem we have here is not mainly a debt problem, but basically a revenue problem. We are paying much of our debt with a margin of about 75 to 80% of our revenue. And when you service debt at that rate, the problem you're going to have is that you're going to have less money for capital expenditures, less money for recurrent expenditures, and things like that.
All right. Let's get your take on this, Dr. Iyoha. Our guest here talked about the fact that in terms of Naira value, the debt is not really high. But there are concerns that while the dollar denomination of our debt is lower, the Naira equivalent is higher. Do you have, these sentiments as well?
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me now, Dr. Sonny.
Loud and clear, yeah.
Good. Yeah, so I would want to agree with Destiny to the middle point, but not completely. So the point is we've continued to take debt. So it doesn't matter whether this is not a competition between Buhari administration and Tinubu administration. The point is the Naira was devalued. So now we have a larger chunk of debt to pay. So it's 159 trillion. I get the technical part from which Destiny Owobu is coming from. But the point is, whoever is going to pay this debt, our children, our grandchildren, are going to be paying 159 trillion. The technical explanation of because exchange rate increased from 700 under Buhari to 1,500 under Tinubu, really it's almost inconsequential because what we have on our paper is that we have 159 trillion, and that means our debt doubled from Buhari's time to this time, and it's simple. You know, there's so much focus on fuel subsidy removal. This administration removed 3 subsidies just because fuel is almost like the breath that we because of the importance in our lives. So there's so much focus on it. They removed the exchange rate subsidy by completely liberalizing the exchange rate market, which I've not seen anywhere in the world where it is done. There's always some level of managed float, even in the US. There's nowhere where the exchange rate market is completely liberalized. So that was the reason, that was what has led to the fact that we now have 1,500 naira, which whatever we borrow, you know, whenever we take our loans, we take it in dollars. So you multiply by 1,500 or 1,400 as the case may be. So that's why we have that amount. So exchange rate subsidy was removed. But how did we come to take this debt? The point is, the government was never going to avoid taking debt. And it's simple. Let's not even be too technical about economics. The point is, from 2022 budget, in 2022, the government put in its budget that the oil production is going to be 1.69 million barrels per day. Actual production was 1.4. So that means there was a shortfall of about 3 million barrels. So also the benchmark oil price was $75. So $75 times 1.69 million barrels per day, that was what government worked with as its revenue. But we ended up producing just 1.4 billion times the oil market dropped about $70. So there was a shortfall. And in terms of Naira value, that shortfall was 7.8 trillion. In 2024, the government also put an oil production benchmark of 1.78 million barrels per day. But production was about 1.3, 1.4. So that's another shortfall of about 4 million barrels times 75. This time it was $77 that the government put as expected oil market price. So there was another shortfall of about 8.2 trillion. In 2025 budget, the government put oil production benchmark as 2.06 million. And we only ended up there about 1.6 million. So that was a shortfall of another $4 million, 4 million barrels per day. That year, in Naira value, it was about 10.5 trillion. So when you add these 3 shortfalls in these different years, we have about 36 trillion Naira that were shortfalls. That alone is almost like a whole year budget. So where was government going to find this 36 trillion? It was always going to borrow. And remember that as revenue, as we were dropping down this revenue, these shortfalls, because of the government's overambitious benchmarking of oil production and price, our spending was not reducing. During this same period, salaries were increased. During this period, the VP's quarters was built. During this same period, we bought a private jet. We had the largest cabinet probably in the entire world. We had the trips, the First Lady's office, we heard she spent about $1 billion on just her trips. So we continued doing wastages. If you remember that report that came out the last time, I think I have the figures here, that we were told that the Nigerian police bought 7.10 cartons of Titus for 8.2 million naira, 10 cartons of Milo for 8.52 million naira, cream crackers, 85 cartons for 22.2 million naira. I'm sure you remember that report that came out just some few months ago. So our spendings continue. So when you are buying 85 cartons of crackers for 22 million, 0.5 million, so expenses increased. Meanwhile, our revenue kept on.
Okay, let me pause you there, Dr. Saz. I'll come back to you in a moment. Looking at our capital projects, talking about roads, power, hospitals, expect to get 26 to 32 trillion naira. The debt slice is almost as big as a capital slice, and the World Bank says we only complete 30% of those projects. So where is the new borrowing going to? We have 2 major legacy projects, talking about the Sokoto-Badagry superhighway, expected to get $516.3 million loan. That loan has not been approved yet. And then you have the Calabar-Lagos Coastal Highway, which is gulping about 15 to 16 trillion naira spread across $21 billion borrowing plan. But here is the big question. These are huge projects, and you are saying the problem is revenue. In 2025, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu told Nigerians that the country has met up with its revenue target for the year. A few days later, the sacked Minister of Finance came out to say, I mean, we're just 10 trillion naira in terms of what has come in so far. So what do you make of these seeming inconsistencies? And then there's also concerns of contracts being overinflated.
Yes, I think the issue we have there is a matter of transparency and accountability and matter of public corruption. You know, sometimes there's a Fiscal Responsibility Act that talks about how to manage public resources. There's also a Public Procurement Act which says that before projects, contracts are awarded, they should follow due process. Okay, and the argument on the papers is that most of these big trillion naira contracts were awarded without following due process. They were not advertised as envisaged by the Act. They were not bidded for by companies so that we can see competing value. And so the politicians just simply awarded these contracts without following the due process. And most people argue that some of these projects should have been cheaper if there was a competing bid process. And there are other companies that would have done them for cheaper value. For example, the $16 trillion project that they're handling. Some companies have even stated that they could do that for about 7 to 8 trillion. That's a major 6 trillion difference. Yes. But beyond all this, I don't want us to, with respect to Dr. Osaze, I don't want us to look at it from only when you hear trillions and trillions and trillions, what comes to the average Nigerian on the street is, that's a lot of money. Where is it going to? But that's a very basic way of looking at it. A country the size of Nigeria, the total budget of Nigeria is about $60 billion. That is the budget of running some universities abroad. That is the budget of running some basic local governments abroad. For a country the size of Nigeria, our revenue is too small. It's not even up to the budget of some companies like Apple and others. So, like I said, it is true that we are borrowing, but if you look at global standards of borrowing, our debt to GDP ratio is within safe limits, given the size of our economy, within safe limits. Where we always have that problem is debt to revenue ratio. We do not have enough. A monoproduct economy like Nigeria, selling only crude oil and funding its budget, 75 to 80% of its budget using oil, is going to always be miserly. So that is why some economists have said, since we have already small income, which is very small, to be very honest, to grow this economy, you need at least 4 to 5 trillion US dollars to spend on this economy to grow it at a very fast rate. But we are trying to turn around $50, $60 billion over many years. So debt in finance helps to leverage, to help you solve the problem of revenue. So leveraging debt means borrowing at least to cover most of your expenses. Okay. And then there's also the other argument of saying, okay, now that we know that we have a revenue problem, we must first of all agree, because when you mention trillions of naira, we must forget that the naira is 1,500 to $1. By the time you deflate it to what it really is, the whole thing itself, the whole gamut of public spending, is not up to $50 billion. So people are saying, even with that small resources that you have, there should be reports, there should be transparency in how it is spent. There should be some, the government should show that it doesn't have a largesse to spend. The government should show by its behavior that it has low income. So that is where Dr. Osaze comes in. The president buying a yacht, buying the beast for the president. Nigeria is too poor for its leaders to be using living such outlandish lifestyles or trying to imitate. The US president uses a beast. Nigeria is a third world country. It's among the 13th poorest country in the world. It has no business using the beast, buying yachts of presidents, buying private jets, and spending those billions and billions that they talk about. Nigeria should be tightening, and that tightening means it should start from the political class. Where we see now is that there's a divide between the life of the political class and the life of the people. So we must recognize as a country that it's a poor country. We must also recognize that we have limited funding, and because of that, we need to trim our spending. I mean, at all levels of government. Try and imagine this 36 state government, 704 local government chairmen, and the councillors. Imagine the cost, the political cost of running this country. It is too much for the amount of money that we earn as a country. But technically, if you check the world standard, Nigeria has not borrowed beyond its capacity. What Nigeria has, the problem we have, is that we don't have enough revenue. There's even between capacity to generate money and the generating money itself. For example, in every part of the world, taxes contribute about 60 to 70% of the revenue of government. But in Nigeria, taxes do not contribute up to 10% because we are a monoproduct economy. We focus on oil. In fact, the incidence of our tax falls externally. It means Nigerians have not been taxed enough. That's not to mean the tax is not already high. what I mean is our economy is not structurally dependent on taxation.
Okay.
And that's what I wanted to say. We pay enough tax, but the tax we pay is informal tax. Yeah. In fact, Nigerian tax, by my definition, is one of the highest tax in the world because the average Nigerian has to provide water for itself, provide security for himself, provide electricity and everything. Roads. So I call that in Nigeria. It's peculiar to Nigeria because each citizen has to pay a lot. But we are saying the structure of economy is not so well diversified that government can say, let's taxes move up to 30%, while other sources, we have not got it to that point. And secondly, the subsidy removal only added 40% to the income of Nigeria. Most people they just talk about subsidy removal. It's only 40% added. 40% progress in the last 3 years in revenue, okay? But notice too that the allocations to state governments tripled in most cases. So look at what's happening here. You increase your revenue by 40%, because of the subsidy removal, and then you have to transfer it to 36 state governments, triple. Most states get triple what they used to get before. So what we expect to be seeing is that if your revenue has tripled as a state government or as a federal government, what should be happening is that we should be going towards reducing our expenses as government and then expanding it into development projects, things that return money in the future. And so that is where the role of power comes in. What I would have loved to see is that the federal government is spending a huge chunk of its capital budget to try to boost power in this country. Because anything we are doing is a pebble in the ocean. What we need to be doing is boosting productivity from the private sector. And central to that is power. If we don't get these three things right, no matter how the borrowing we do, we just simply have rolling debt forever. We are in a debt loop. But what we need to do is to diversify the economy away from borrowing, and what we are doing, we are simply funding our economy with borrowing and oil, and they are cycling themselves there. So what we need to do is to diversify, and for that to happen, we must get power right, must get our port system right, must get our transportation right. Those three ingredients, if you put billions of dollars into them and you are serious about developing that part, other sectors will catch on very fast. But we are not doing that. Instead, the government is spending more of its money recycling it among politicians. What's the guarantee that if you send 3 times the amount of money to a state government, they are going to use it? The state governments are getting far more money. When last did you hear of states having no money to pay salaries? That's because they've got more allocations now. But we are seeing the states are not replicating the capital projects the federal government has in its vision. In fact, they see it most likely as a largesse, extra income. They are not being creative on how to use it. So like I said, we must go to the big picture. Get out of the emotion of saying we are borrowing. I told you in technical figures, this government, with respect to the previous government, has not borrowed more than the previous government. I'll give you an example. In Jonathan's time, the debt was just about 12 trillion. He left it from 6 trillion to 12 trillion. Buhari took it from 12 trillion to 87 trillion. That's times 5. And we understood why
this government has moved it now to 159 trillion. That's double.
Yeah, it looks double.
Yeah, year on year.
Yes, year on year. That's double. But that's not the objective way to look at it.
Okay, let me pause it. I'll come back.
Like I told you, the dollar price influences how we calculate these
I'll come back to Destiny Wabo. Okay, now here is the paradox. Government says dollar debt is down $19 billion since June 2023. Yet in Naira, debt is up 14.6 trillion Naira in 1 year. Dr. Saze, which number should Nigerians believe? With 2027 around the corner, are these highways economies or just politics? With debt service now consuming 27% of our budget, deficit at 4.28% of GDP, the margin for error is thin. If oil doesn't hit 1.84 million barrels per day or revenue falls short, more borrowing follows. So the question is, for 2027, are we building a future or mortgaging it? Now, I'm concerned by the fact that every Nigerian, so long as you are a Nigerian citizen, man, woman, girl, boy, child, you're owing about 66,000 plus from the 159 trillion naira. So we are all in this together. So let's get your take on this, Dr. Saze.
Yes, I like that. I like that part that you brought up, and that's where I'm technically not in agreement with what Destiny is saying. You know, this conversion of naira to dollars, it's something that I don't like to do. I hate to do it, because we don't earn our revenue in dollars. We don't print dollars. So telling us, either government or economists, telling us that, oh, this 159 trillion is just about $100 billion, of which China's loan is this one's loan is, no, that's not the point. The point is that you are paying this loan in naira. You are going to, the revenue which you are going to make to pay this loan is in naira. Our future generations are not going to pay these monies in dollars. So it seems a bit deceptive when we continue to exchange the naira to the dollar and say, oh, it's very small. A good example is this. What is our service, debt servicing? It's about 59.9 trillion naira. So when you convert it to dollars, why is it that we say 72% of our revenue is going to debt servicing? What is debt servicing? Debt servicing is 15.9 trillion. Our total budget for the year is about 60 plus trillion. So 15 as a percentage of 60 is what? It's just about 10, 20%. But how come revenue is taking 72%? The debt servicing is taking 72% of just revenue. Meanwhile, the debt servicing as a proportion of the entire budget is just about 10%, but just 10%, 72%. So it shows us that it's the naira value that matters. We are earning through taxes. Oil revenue is completely zero now because we have done forward sales. This 1.4 million barrels that I say we produce a day, about 300,000 barrels is accrued back to loans that we took in the past. Afri-Exim, we took 3.3 billion from them. They are taking about 90,000 barrels a day. Do 90,000 barrels a day times 30 days. You have about 9 million barrels that leaves our shores every day that we are not getting revenue in return for. Aramco oil, they gave us $5 billion, and they are taking about 100,000 barrels every day. So we are losing about 300 barrels that is not coming to us. So it means that we are not earning our revenue in dollars. We are earning largely of our revenue in naira. And to the tax point that Destiny also raised, the point is this: we might have the lowest, tax to GDP in the world, but the point is that what is the purchasing power of Nigerians? There's a statistic that came, stat data that we saw last. They said 85% of Nigerians earn less than 100,000 naira. So let's do the dollar conversion, which most economists like to do. $100,000, 100,000 naira is just about $1,000. So if you are taxing, how do you tax such people? 85% is below 100,000, in less than $100,000. So the purchasing power has fallen. And when you increase fuel subsidy, what happened is that most Nigerians, their purchasing power also fell. And companies, they were not able to buy enough goods and services from companies. What happened also is that companies, their taxes also fell because they were making less revenue. Our government turned around and increased companies' income tax. So these companies are already struggling because of falling purchasing power. They are dealing with cost of production, diesel, and so on. So government turns around to increase their taxes again. So they are not able to, they increase prices, consumers' purchasing power further deteriorates. So it's a circle. So most companies left. I have a list that there will be no time. I have a list of about 20 companies that left from 2023 to 2026, 20 foreign companies. And that same stats data also said that 800 local companies, domestic companies in Nigeria folded up. So what does that mean? It means that consumers' purchasing power fell. 800 companies, you can imagine how many people they were employing. 20 foreign companies left, GSK, Unilever, PZ, some, even Shell. They sold most of their onshore assets. So our purchasing power reduced. So you cannot bring the tax analogy here. And so when you increase when you remove fuel subsidy, I get the Destiny's point that just only 4 trillion was added. Fine. But the fact is that the fact that you remove fuel subsidy, it killed the purchasing power of companies. Companies folded up, individuals lost purchasing power. And so what happened is that it's a multiplier effect. The government lost revenue because purchasing power reduced, CIT reduced, companies folded. So it was a backlash. It was just like a tumbling of resources. So the 16.19 billion which you are talking about compared to now is the exchange rate issue which the government brought up. So we cannot divulge exchange rate from the naira. We are earning it's just like the security man, a security man who earns $10,000, 10,000 naira a month, comparing himself with a man who works in Shell that they are paying dollars. So he says the man in Shell bought a 2026 Lexus, and the security man is telling his wife, I may I enjoy myself, may I go buy suya, not be make you die. This guy don't buy 2026 Lexus. Then you go and buy suya when you do not have money to even make a bar in your house. So that is the comparison between saying that our tax to GDP is less. The point is, what is our revenue earning? So purchasing power is completely low. The tax base should be increased. I heard government saying they want to, no, the tax base, but you can't even increase the tax base because what is the revenue earning of, look at businesses. MPRA is 26.5. Nigeria has the highest MPRA currently. So for a businessman, for him to borrow money in the bank, he will borrow at Zenith Bank at about 35%. The man in China will borrow at about 2% or 3%. So why do you bring this tax and now say Nigeria's tax to GDP is the lowest in the world? What is our cost of borrowing for our companies in Nigeria? So those kind of arguments don't work out. The point is that the country has a revenue problem, which he has said. We also have a debt problem, 157 trillion. So if government is not cutting, if we are not cutting our spending to match revenue, we'll continue to borrow. And no matter how we try to paint it, we are borrowing in naira and will remain indebted, because when we are paying these loans back, we are converting to dollars. And when you convert this huge naira to dollars, you get a very paltry amount. That's why we are spending 72% of our revenue. And most of these loan payments is on Eurobond, and so which you cannot default on. Yeah.
Dr. Saze Iyoha. Now, when you take a look at the 2026 budget, the question is, where is the 68.3 trillion naira going into? I'll just give you that breakdown. Debt servicing, which of some of our analysts here have talked about, 15.81 trillion naira, and that's about 27% of the total budget. Capital projects, 26.08 trillion naira to 32.29 trillion naira. That's about 45 to 47%. Recurrent non-debt, 15.43 trillion naira. That's about 23%. Statutory transfers, 4.80 trillion naira, about 7%. Visual note, of course, you look at debt servicing and capital slices, nearly equal size to show the tension. And this is where the major issue, because the World Bank says only 30% of capital projects completed. So that reflects what you talked about, that the challenge is not the borrowing. The challenge is the revenue to be able to get this done. Yes. And you've given some highlights on some of the things that needs to be done to address this. But one thing is very obvious. The government of the day is not slowing down on its spending.
Yes.
And then they have also, in a way, conscripted state governors into this by making more monies available to them, and even local government. You want to take it off from there?
Yeah, like I said, I would like to address this issue by asking 3 simple questions. What happens when you have a lot of things to do, but you don't have the money to do it? It's a simple question. You have, like I told you, we have $1 trillion problems to solve. $1 trillion. But we only have about $60 billion expected earnings. So how do you solve that problem? There's no shortcut. Number 2, what happens when you have $60 billion and then you are living the lifestyle of people who live in $23 trillion economies? That's question 2. That's where we find ourselves. The first problem is real. The second problem is equally real. Nigeria has no business trying to, our politicians are some of the highest paid people in the world. The US economy is about 23 to 25 trillion naira. Nigeria economy is not up to $500 billion, the gap is 65 times.
You're saying US economy is about 23
trillion
dollars. Okay.
The Nigerian economy is not up to $500 billion.
The whole Nigeria.
The whole Nigeria. The whole of Africa is just 2.7 trillion. So America's GDP is 20 times the GDP of Africa with 54 nations. We should recognize that we have no reason to compete with these people, the government, on lifestyle. I just give you a simple example. The president of Nigeria uses the Beast, one of the most expensive cars in the world. That's the same car the president of the US is using. He has a private yacht. We spend, when it comes to governance, we spend as if we are the Benjamins, but we earn like rats, but we spend like elephants. The third question I want to ask is this. Now we have the problem of how do you force development? That's because development is supposed to move in stages. But when you have so many expectations, I'll give you the problems that are collapsing on our government. 1, we have a deficit of about 20 million housing units, giving our population growth rate of about 3%. So every year in this country, we are only managed to build 100,000 homes. And yet, we already have a deficit of 20 million housing units. That's a big problem, a time bomb waiting to explode in the next 20 to 30 years. Population is expanding, needs are expanding. Yeah. Number 2, population is expanding to 230 to 250 million, and yet we cannot generate more than 7,000 to 8,000 megawatts of power. Toronto in Canada generates at least 20 to 23,000 megawatts of power. Just one city in Canada. Okay, Harvard University's total campuses generate about 10,000 megawatts. A university with all its campus system. Then a country the size of Nigeria generates 4,000 to 7,000 megawatts. How do you compare those two things? All right, and so we need to solve this problem. We need to get our power. Egypt generates 50,000 to 60,000 megawatts of power. Egypt, a smaller country. And how do you do that? How do you move from 6,000 to 7,000 megawatts to at least 70,000 megawatts, the capacity that can jumpstart progress in this country? You see that there's no simple way to solve that problem. Those 3 problems are macro problems. I like the fact that the doctor is looking at how it affects Nigerians on the streets. I understand the sentiments. I understand that because he's looking at the micro perspective. Yeah. When you look at everything from the macro perspective, everything is wrong. It feels bad. Everybody's frustrated.
Yeah, because the concern is that government said we're removing fuel subsidy.
Yes.
And the reason we're removing fuel subsidy so that more money will be available to run government, life will be better, quality of life will be better, yes, health will be better. But would you say that's been done?
But that's the problem. The problem is that the government overpromises.
They shouldn't make promises.
They shouldn't make such promises. Okay. How do you think you can solve a country's problem like Nigeria by simply removing subsidy? It doesn't solve the problem. It's just a minute part of the problem. So that's
like a political statement.
It's a political statement. You must understand how much do we even generate if they remove the subsidy to 0, do everything. I just told you that the budget of Nigeria, subsidy or no subsidy, is just about $60 billion. Apple, one company in US, its budget to run every year is about $200 billion. They are promising to invest $1 trillion in the US in the next 5 years, $1 trillion. And then a country is rolling around $40 billion. Like I said, it's a revenue problem. If you are in the boardroom where you take board decisions, you see the big numbers, okay? People who work in the company see the micro numbers. They are interested in their salary, but they don't look at the big numbers. So let's take this ITV, for instance. When you are making decisions about capital projects, you see from your table, it looks different compared to the table of the average employee. You know, we are forgetting that government is on the table. They see the big numbers. And if you see those big numbers, there's only one question that will be on the table. Where do we get money to develop Nigeria? Question one, you must deal with that problem. Knowing, we must first of all recognize that Nigeria is a very poor country. People do not want to understand what that means. The statement, like I told you, you hear trillions, you see those many trillions they talk about, is a dot in what it's required to grow a country of Nigeria's size. Okay? Nigeria is a poor country. I mean it when I say so. It's a very poor country. How poor can a country be? It cannot even generate 50,000 megawatts of power. It cannot. 50,000 megawatts, that's how poor it is. It's not because we don't want to generate it. We don't even have the resources to do that. And the small resources we have as a nation, our politicians are spending it lavishly. They live like the Benjamins, like I told you. It's like you are living in a rich man's neighborhood. And you know you are a civil servant. And you want to live like the Benjamins in the neighborhood. That's the problem. So what we should be doing is a structural shift. If we don't address the structural problems, the big problems of Nigeria, what we are doing, this argument is about looking at it from micro perspective. You are trying to, it's like you are telling a family of 10 children how to manage 50,000. Do the math. You are telling a family of 10 children. Yeah. You are telling them, you see, if this man has spent 10,000, we can micromanage the 50 billion. It's a paltry sum. Okay? We are a country of 230 million people with multifarious needs. We need billions of dollars to fix the problems of this country. Not small, petty, how much do we spend? What we need to be doing, we need to squeeze ourselves in government and expand the private sector. Okay. And that requires us to spend trillions of dollars, not trillions of naira, trillions of dollars. But how would that happen without these three growth areas? I'm looking at the strategic progress of the economy. I'm not looking at the micro aspects. We may get lost inside that maze of 50 it's too basic to talk about. Let's look at those three sectors. Let's get power right. Let's get transportation right. And let's get our port system right and attract billions of dollars to this economy. The foreigners, the money we need to grow Nigeria will not come from Nigeria, cannot come from crude oil and others. We need to develop our steel sector. We need to develop manufacturing. We need to attract billions of dollars investments to this economy. And you can't do that unless you invest in these three areas. And I stand there, if I was the president, power, the government that is able to get that problem out, solve the power problem, then solve the transport problem. Transportation, Nigerians spend 65% of their income on transportation and food. In the US.
Yeah, but isn't that what the government is doing with these super highways, Sokoto, Badagry, Calabar, Lagos, coastal highways?
That's the vision the government is looking at.
Okay.
But then we are saying that that vision of federal government should be replicated by state governments at all levels. It's like when you throw multiple pebbles on an ocean, it can create a ripple effect. So the federal government, that money is spending, that Calabar highway is still a paltry sum. Like I said, we are distributing the national resources. State governments should be very particular about their capital projects. Okay. If all governments, 774 local government, 36 state governments, and the federal government move towards a certain agenda to grow the economy. For example, state governments can begin to look at ways to have self-sufficiency in power. You see, we're trying to use the national approach, using NEPA and things like that. Nigeria is too poor for that. Let each state government find to solve its power problem. It's easy to solve from under than to try to solve it from the top where there's limited income. So those state government, Delta state government is trying to get their own power. If we do that, it's faster to do that because they're closer to the people. Okay. They have micromanaged resources that they can handle. But if you try to do it from a central government that is poor, the economy is poor itself, it will not work. Okay. So where we are seeing here is that we are not seeing these developments replicated across all subnational units of government. Okay. And like I told you, we have no business living the lifestyles of the Americans. Nigeria is a poor country. We must recognize that. All right, we should be holding our politicians accountable. Okay. Why are you driving this car? Why are you spending this money for this?
So the point is,
yes,
this is very relevant for 2027.
Yes.
How do you think this will shape 2027? Are Nigerians knowledgeable enough to use this information as a benchmark to make decisions for 2027?
So that's the reason why I said Nigeria should stop spending so much time on YouTube and on TikTok and things like that. You have to be aware the big issues are at stake, so that we know the right questions to ask. You need to be aware. Like I told you yesterday, emotionally, if you look at the debt, trillion, what sounds to the average person on the street is what this government is borrowing us the debt. Well, in the facts of it, it just simply doubled borrowing. The previous government took it by sixfold. But this is just double, and it's just about the
All right, let me quickly link up with Dr. Save. Give me your parting shots as it relates to what government can do, and now that we've identified so much of all the problems and challenges, what can government do to address these issues? Tinubu, for example, our president, has a lot of legacy projects. I mean, the Sokoto-Badagry Highway, and then, of course, that road is a massive project. And then you also have the Lagos-Calabar Highway. The Sokoto-Badagry highway is going to cost about $516.3 million alone from Deutsche Bank, all right? And then Lagos-Calabar, that's already within the region of about 15 to 16 trillion naira. Even though there are misgivings about that money against the allegations of inflation of the contract sum, concerns have been expressed in that direction. But what can we do now we are here? What can we do to checkmate this? Your thoughts?
Dr. Sonny, it's unfortunate. I don't think there's anything. I think it's almost too late to. We made very, very fundamental mistakes, and I'm happy that I have my friend in the studio, because there were so many economists that came out and said remove subsidy. Now I'm very happy at the questions that my friend has brought up. Now let's reverse those questions. They said we saved just only 4 trillion naira from removal of subsidy. So now let's turn that question the other way. So was it worth it removing fuel subsidy? If only what you gained was 4 trillion naira, because some of us were the ones shouting the end that leave the subsidy. So you gained 4 trillion naira from removing subsidy, because in 2024, 2022, the subsidy payment of 4.39. 2023, it was 3.39. So you gained 3 trillion and you lost massive foreign exchange. I'll give you a few lists of companies that left. GSK left, Bolt Food left, Jumia Food left, Kimberly Clark left, Unilever Nigeria, Sanofi. These are big multinationals. Total Energies divested their assets. Microsoft scaled down their operations in Nigeria. They closed down the African Development Center in Lagos. PZ Cousins, Equinox Nigeria, Shell, they sold their. So these are the few that ShopRite left the country. And the same statistics said that 800, listen to the numbers on the Duke Okosun, 800 local manufacturers folded up from 2023 to 2024. 800. They folded up. What were the reasons? When GSK, when ShopRite left, see the reasons they gave. They said, one, the Naira collapsed. That was when foreign exchange rate subsidy was removed. Foreign exchange issue, inflation. These were the reasons. ShopRite, you can Google it. Naira collapse, foreign exchange shortage, inflation, power cost, import cost, difficulty repatriating profits back to their home countries, weak consumer spending. Look at weak consumer spending, difficulty repatriating monies to their foreign exchange, Naira collapse. These are all connected to the removal of fuel subsidy. So you gained 4 trillion naira revenue from removing subsidy, and you lost over 30 multinationals who left because diesel became expensive to run their businesses, and 800 companies collapsed. So now we keep crying that we have a revenue problem. Where will your revenue come from? Look at America that my friend is relating to. America, the biggest, and you can Google it, the company that earned the highest, that made the highest income in 2025 is Walmart. Just Google Walmart. Walmart is like ShopRite. I mean, some Aramco of Saudi Arabia, as huge as that organization is, Walmart made highest income than Aramco. Amazon, these are Walmart is in Canada, it's in US, it's in UK. We don't have it in Nigeria. So I'm saying Walmart is a grocery company, it's a retail industry. So imagine a company that made the highest income in the whole world. How much tax that company will pay to the Canadian government? Do you know how much that tax that company will pay to the American government? So imagine you had that kind of company in Nigeria. If you had subsidy, at least diesel prices were low, then you go and borrow and fix power, because that's the main reason why they were leaving. So what happened is that you did not have power. These companies were buying diesel at 800 naira per liter. Then you now remove the subsidy again. Power for diesel, amount of diesel rose to about 2,000. So these companies left. And you are crying that you have a revenue. How do you make revenue? It's from see, look at Germany. Germany is the biggest economy in Europe. Why? Because they are the largest manufacturer in the entire Europe. Look at all the biggest car manufacturers, car companies. Look at Siemens. They are German companies. Look at Japan. Look at China. China is the largest economy in the world. Why? Because of manufacturing. So I'm not talking about micro. It's the micro that leads to macro. When you increase subsidies and these companies left and our purchasing power reduced, how do you get how do you get revenue? You get revenue from these companies that are within, but you drove them away when you removed subsidy on 3 different areas: on electricity, on exchange rate, and on petrol. So you added to their problem. And so I don't know. We are just scratching the surface. I think we may say it's too late in the day, but the point is that we have to now borrow to fix power. But how do you make the money to fix power? These high earners, these big companies, do you know what Unilever will do in your economy? Do you know what GSK, the amount of tax those people paid? But you change them. So I think what the government can simply do now is to continue borrowing, because in the 2026 budget, our oil production benchmark is still 2.1 million barrels, Dr. Sonny, 2.1 million barrels. And we know we are producing just 1.5 million. And out of that 1.5, 300 is forward sales. So we have just 1.2. So it means that we are still going to borrow again. And when we borrow, our debt subsidy will also increase. So I really don't know what to suggest. We know the solution to the problem is simple. And you don't even need to be an economist to know that, is bring in investors, foreign investors. Simple. Anything other than that is zero. And with foreign investors come and buy diesel at 2,000, the answer is no. They won't. Are they going to buy when there is no power? Band A, the same government removed electricity on subsidy on electricity, and now increased band A consumers without necessarily increasing what they so you increase the payments that they are paying to you without necessarily increasing the capacity that they get. So I think for now it's just simply for us to keep borrowing, but be more financial disciplined. Channel this to Siemens, reach an agreement. Our president has traveled to Siemens, to Germany, and had consultation with Siemens many times, but it's all a pipe dream. We talk about this Lagos Coastal Express Road of 16 trillion. It's a waste. It's a useless project. What is the value added of that road, that coastal project? 16 trillion. It's a complete waste. The Calabar Coastal Way is a waste. What value does it add? I mean, so just ask me. So when Walmart hears that you have now fixed your Lagos Calabar Coastal, are they going to come into Nigeria? No. But if they hear that you have fixed power, they will come the following day. So we are just scratching the surface, and it's just difficult to profile. But the solution come into your economy, and that's fixing power without necessarily removing the subsidy, which we have removed. Let's say we have gone there, but fixed power. How do you do that? Only financial discipline will take care of that.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to you in just a moment. Now, with a debt profile of 159.28 trillion naira, even though Destiny doesn't like us to do that. Rather, we say it in dollar. But we don't spend dollar here, we spend naira. With a debt profile of 159.28 trillion naira, what it means is that every Nigerian is indebted to the tune of 66,250 naira. So it means that if a child were to be born today and is a citizen of Nigeria, he owes that money. Now, I need to get your perspectives on this, because every now and then we hear from government agencies, especially the revenue generating agencies like Customs, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, and all of these, they tell you they've exceeded their target for the year. Now, the major concern is that in all of these analyses that we have given, with all the dollar in billions and then in naira in trillions and all of that, the average man on the street just wants to be able to afford gari, eba, egusi soup, rice and beans. So I'd like you to take it from that perspective. But we'll take a short break. We'll be back with you in just a moment to continue this conversation on Nigeria's rising debt profile and the spate of borrowing by the current administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Don't forget the fact that borrowing is not a crime. In fact, while we eulogize countries like the United States, Canada, China, Japan, and what have you, we need to also look at their debt profile. You'll be amazed how much a country like the United States is owing big time. So it's not wrong to borrow. We're not condemning borrowing. We're saying we need to have an understanding, an explanation from government where all of these monies are going into. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Stay tuned. All right, we'll be joining our Abuja Network studio right now. But let me thank Destiny. I'm sure we can do this again because this is an ongoing conversation, right?
Of course.
All right. Then, of course, Dr. Osaze Iyoha joining us from Vancouver in Canada. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Osaze.
Thank you for having me, Dr. Osaze.
Okay. Well, let's link up with Kadri, who is already on standby in our Abuja Network studio to continue our conversation on Nigeria's rising debt profile. What can be done? From Dr. Osaze here, there's nothing that can be done. The best that can be done is to keep borrowing and borrowing to salvage the situation because we have a revenue shortfall. Destiny Owobo says we need to look at some of the key component parts of the economy to reignite, to reintegrate, re-energize so we can get the country going. But while we're doing that, which of course may take some while, just remember that as a Nigerian, you owe 66,250 naira from the 159.28 trillion naira debt profile of the country. Kadri, over to you.
Yeah, what a discussion there, Doc. That many Nigerians have taken notes of all that have been said, especially by our seasoned guests. Yeah, it's no longer news that the borrowing keeps on increasing, and we're yet to see a government that will say on the fact we have some news from our various revenue gate, from the now Nigeria Revenue Service, Customs Service, and of course what is coming in from the non-oil revenue, and of course the oil revenues. The oil and gas sector is still bringing in huge amount of money, especially with the ongoing war in Iran. So why do we have to borrow? But that is something that successors most times abandon those projects and face their own because they also want to borrow, and of course we don't know why they continue to borrow. They also want to borrow and have their own project, continue with what they actually met on the ground. And we have seen that during the days of former President Goodluck Jonathan in office, there was a piece of legislation that attempted to criminalize abandoned projects. So, what is the assurance that when we borrow, purpose what is the money executed, the amount of is no longer?
The truth will be that for the Buhari 8 years, even if you said he did nothing, if we believe he did nothing and the nation got worse, one thing we must give to him is that he never abandoned the project. The roads contracts were given, particularly by the national. Was to ensure that there was continuity. Think that with the arrival of Dave Umahi also, a number of works that have been done are continuation of projects. So in the 11 years or thereabout, we are in the almost 11 years this year, we've had this expressway had always been, it was on the budget at the time, but then disappeared maybe from about 1984 up until now that they are bringing it back up. Now, whatever money went on that time was Nigeria's money. Whether borrowed or locally generated, it has been tied down and it has not been useful. So I think that whatever, now, when you come to the projects becoming abandoned, we should still ask. We've had the National Assembly now continuously for 27 years from 1999. Should there still abandoned projects in the constituencies where the 360 House of Rep members are coming from? And then they will not bring it up to limelight for everybody to see. It's from the National Assembly that we should know. These are the number of abandoned projects in the nation. And then insist on the executive prioritizing these projects to ensure that they are completed. So in a way, I think it is between the press, the fourth estate, and the National Assembly, the third arm of government, to ensure that these figures, these projects are in the public domain and are never allowed to be shoved aside until the executive is in to do something about it. It is easy for the executive to decide to cherry pick, but it is the National Assembly in the oversight function that should ensure that they are not cherry picking at the expense of development. So the duty of the press owners to watch the vanguard of the people to ensure that these things from time to time are mentioned and talked about. So it shouldn't just be left to the discretion of the executive. They put in their active of the way some projects that could increase employment, that could increase productivity, that could enhance agriculture will not remain abandoned.
Okay, Mr. Ben, you have to hold on. We have also someone in the studio who will now hear his own opinion concerning this issue of borrowing and what Nigerians, expected from it in terms of benefit and in terms of growing the economy. So I have Karim with me. Abdul Karim Musa is a legal practitioner based here in Abuja, and good morning to you. Welcome. Yes. To expect from you in this subject matter, the legal implication, the legality behind borrowing. Why should this borrowing be? When is it going to end? what do we do we see the direct effect on the lives of Nigerians? So let's hear your opinion.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me. Yes, you see, the borrowing that the present administration has embarked on, in my opinion, is a heinous crime against the Nigerian people. It is a grievous transgenerational offense against the Nigerian people. Because what this government has done is to plunge the unborn generation into a circle of debt without commensurate and corresponding results for the monies that are being borrowed. Since the inception of this government, trillions have been borrowed. As at the time this government took over power, we had a debt profile of about 87 trillion naira. As at today, it is about 153 trillion, and the government has not even spent 4 years. So it means that the debt that this government has accrued and accumulated in this short period, almost what existed for a period of 8 years of the previous government. And then the implication, this or the previous, including myself, is that the reason for the debt or the borrowing does not seem to be justifiable in the face of the achievements and the results that is expected from the Nigerian people. So I describe it as a crime against humanity because I'm not taking for purpose. A government that does not seem to take cognizance of the economic reality of the way of their own expenditure cannot continuously borrow to impoverish the larger population and then subject the future of Nigerians to debt, a life that's real. So debt are not taken to improve a lifestyle. Debt are taken to invest. From what we are seeing, there's no substantial investment that have the potency yielding future, so it is viable.
Yeah, but some persons will argue that by saying that some visible work on the ground in Lagos, Calabar, you look at Abuja, Kaduna, work ongoing on and then some part payments on and see quantities of work ongoing. Some would really disagree. But the point is that when is this government, or when is government actually going to stop borrowing, especially when there is complete removal of subsidy?
Now, you see, this is very ridiculous. And why I describe it as ridiculous is that if you are borrowing money to execute projects, the dependency of the loan, you should be able to repay the loan during the time during your tenure. So there is no loan, any loan you are taking that is exceeding the 4-year term that you have is illegal. You should the government and
people say government is continuous.
Exactly, government is a continuum, but government is continuum in terms of tenure and administration, not in terms of idea and policy. So while a policy may be prior to a person, another government will come that policy, that project, or that idea that you have is not their primary, is not their priority. And in so that project is not their priority, there is tendency that they would abandon it or prioritize another project. But then by that time you have already borrowed money to execute that project. So government will now be subjected, and the Nigerian people will be subjected to paying loans to projects that are solely your idea. If you are borrowing money, it should be within, the repayment plan should be within the time you have to spend in office, and not that the project that
not pass it on to a successor.
Exactly.
Okay, now let's go back to Ben Aguloye. Ben, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so what we know, the president met 87 trillion naira as debt, and now that has moved up to 153 trillion naira. And if you do the maths, you see that he alone borrowed about 3 trillion naira within 3 years. How do you feel about this?
Well, it sound good. However, if the borrowings are tied to developmental projects, again, if you remain, because you have money to do, next year, that thing that you did not do will still remain. And unfortunately, when you are at a point when you are stagnant, by the time all moved, even people that were behind you will now be ahead of you. So there is really no point standing in one place in life. So what alternatives do we have to borrowing for infrastructure? Because if the roads are not done and the people cannot move, then what happens? As of today, we have one of the highest post-harvest decomposition in the world for tubers. That is yam, cassava, potato. These are things we produce. But then, majority of them are damaged or decayed on the farm because there were no access routes. There were not sufficient infrastructure for processing. So when you put all that together, I think that we will come to see that, yes, borrowing for infrastructure, at stage we are, because we are working the right things are done, are correctly executed, rest in the oversight function of the national
of time. Cut down this to mobilize a lot of resources and inject it to infrastructure rather than, to always go and borrow.
The question in the immediate is, what is the percentage of people that are not employed? If we think that, okay, the people that are employed are overbloated, what are the percentage of people that are not employed? How do we get them employed if we do not improve infrastructure? Of course, when you come to reducing side of governance, you would have known over time that I'm a fan of the parliamentary system, where some of the wastages today we have in National Assembly will not be there. Okay. But the next question will be, how do we live from where we are to possibly say, oh, let's become a parliamentary nation where National Assembly members will earn per sittings and not salary and gratuity?
Okay, let me hold you. Generate resource and then use it and borrow.
Certainly we can. Very decided in the day. First thing when the removal of subsidy were promised. I've never entered any CNG bus. I don't even know that if I have one.
Now come, they're everywhere now.
I've not seen anyone. I recently got a complaint that the transportation system in Abuja is very poor because what constitutes major transportation system in Abuja is civil servants or workers who are going to work. That is why on public holidays when people are not going to work, if you have any business in town, you may not have good transportation on that day. So it is not even sufficient to argue. If there are CNG buses, it is not, insofar as I, an active Nigerian who go to work every day, have not even seen or even used one, it's sufficient proof that it is not enough for the Nigerian masses or the Nigerian populace. Compared to the subsidy that was removed, imagine the price of fuel being at 200 naira thereabout, and now almost 1,500 naira because of removal of subsidy and other attendant factors. So you cannot compare the hardship or whatever benefits or measures that are being paid to a hardship of stuff compared when subsidy was being paid. Nigerians were enjoying more. So what I'm saying is, if you are removing the blockages you are talking about, certainly it should be, but this government is not doing that. Rather, they are pumping money to the governors for political
That's a
purposes.
different discussion.
Okay.
I must thank you so much for your time with us, Barrister Abdul Karim Musa. And of course, to our guest who is online, Ben, thank you so much for sharing your opinion concerning this issue of interest.
You're welcome.
All right, we now move to Lagos Network Studio for continuation of the program this morning on ITV.
Professional.
Thank you much. We're still on CMI this beautiful morning. Our guest is Barrister Atta Adams. He's a legal practitioner and also a multi-skilled professional. Hello, Barrister. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for having me. You look unique.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So today we're still having the conversation we've been talking about from Network Studio, Abuja Network Studio. The Nigerians growing amidst the removal of subsidy. And we saw that President Bola came into power. The first thing he did was to remove the fuel subsidy. I think it means that, okay, is remove this fuel subsidy, so more money will come into the economy, you know, infrastructural and all of that. But now we see that it kept on borrowing and borrowing. And Nigerians are asking that it's borrowing, where have this money going to? I mean, I'm asking, you are asking, Barrister Atta, and a lot of times asking, Nigerian debt is rising sharply under plans funding infrastructure according to the president and economic reform with repayment growing and concerns over sustainability. The big question is whether this borrowing will deliver real economic benefits or create a pressure. That is what the citizen, the Nigerians ask. On Nigerian law, what constitutional provision regulates government borrowing?
Well, it's good that Nigerians have to ask, because by all it is your right. It is right. It's everybody's right. Faculty. That's what good government entails. It's not a matter of something that we like a secret or occultic society. It's good as are beginning to ask, request for accountability, and then we have the Freedom of Information Act, empowering to request for good government. That's number one. And then borrowing, we have institution. The provisions of the Constitution, particularly the exclusive list, empowers government to take up loan as a form of security to finance capital project. So for me, apart from the provisions of the Constitution, we have other bodies. National is equally there. That's a rubber stamp National Assembly, but to oversee and to hit the excess of any borrowing by the executive arms of government. But what we are seeing the reverse. The government is on a daily basis. They are running it like they are running their priority. You can't even give account of the borrowing, the effect. We have not seen anything. Rather, it's a reverse. Nigerians are suffering on a daily basis. On a daily basis, the government is approaching the National Assembly for approval of loan. Is that how we're going to continue? It's unacceptable. I don't know.
So, this trillion naira to the debt stock. The president is requesting another $500 million. The Senate, they've not approved. And these are I've gotten a lot of Nigerians talking, saying if you removed subsidy, you know, according to you, help boost the economy. Keep borrowing. Are we going to be, with all these amounts that Nigerians owe, that Nigerians or the president is actually borrowing, we are going to give money to the next administration. And Nigerians are, I mean, at this point, we should be worried. We should be worried because we are all Nigerians. Seeing that the president wakes up one morning and tells you that, oh, okay, it needs the Senate approval for amount of loan that they want to, it's an amount of loan of money, you know, it keeps, so we need to be worried about it. What do you think?
Yes, I'm worried. Everybody is worried because there are experts and professionals that came on board recently that by the debt implication so far, each Nigerian is assigned to about 1 million thereabouts. So apparently, as you are seated here, you are owing a particular company to a individual and they are competition in your name. So at the point you recall that a country thereabout, was it China or a particular country, came and forced made an enforcement on one of our property recently. Is it last 2 years or sometime thereabout? So for me, I think that the government is not sincere. It is not sincere as to the borrowing. Whether they are running it as a private entity, they are running it to finance, they are seeking for loan to finance their election, the forthcoming election. Nobody. As I'm speaking to you right now, there are procedures to which you can seek approval from the national. But the reverse is, look at the speech assembly is approving the request for the loan as if they are married. But if it comes to something that borders on the welfareism, you and I and every other Nigerians, this government is not concerned about it. This government is not perturbed about the welfareism of Nigerians. But if it comes to borrowing, whether we benefit from the proceed, whether we give a bogus amount of interest to their personal benefits and their cohorts, you will see them, they will quickly smuggle into the National Assembly, and then instantly you see approval. Other things that, for example, we don't have power supply all over the Federation. Why don't they borrow to finance, to cater for that? And let us see what I can. You don't just borrow cosmetics. It's not done. Is bad. You agree with me that for a nation to survive, the power supply, electricity supply is very, very. Foreign companies are relocating back to their country. They are relocating back to a neighbor country, and then you are here telling me for development. What development? That you don't have power supply. What development are they talking about? The system is bad, is porous. Is it development of their stomach infrastructure, or what about? Not in support of this and reckless borrowing from the government. They should have respect for constituted. There is a law of borrowing. The law is that any borrowing that the interest will be of essence, the government should not embark on that borrowing. That's number one. And then number two, the fact that the procedure for the approval of the loan must go through the proper channels. Just sit and then wake up overnight and run your bedroom exercise, and then you now approach the National Assembly, and the National Assembly is readily available. If it comes to anything that borders on the approval of loan, the Senate President is readily available for Mr. President. How you run government, you are not even concerned about what people are saying. People are complaining about this and that. All that you are good at doing is just to come on air, you just give stories and everything. You are not disturbed.
But this $516 million loan that the president is requesting for, the Senate hasn't approved it yet.
Whether they have approved it, they are planning their game plan. They are just waiting to approve it. They have been for a series of assignments. Every government all over the world, they borrow to survive, even the States of America. But what is important is how well and how effective do you utilize that money. That is what is. You don't just borrow. Saying to borrow is bad, but excess borrowing, which without getting the fund, that's what they mean. Government borrowed, even the Buhari borrowed. Look at, there was time they borrowed money to fund the project. That's Abuja Lokoja Highway. That road is still there for more than 20 years. That is not yet completed. Is that the people you take them serious?
And they borrowed money to fund that project?
Yes, our government are the most serious people on earth. You take them to your own. It's only their cronies. It's only their cohorts, their co-politicians who are benefiting from them. Those are the people that are singing their praise and worship over the world. Yeah, this, Mr. President, is the best thing that happened. Where did it happen? Is it the hardship you want to talk about? Is it the unemployment that this government I will not. There is no good thing that is coming from them. The student loan is calm. People are not benefiting from them. This is the same government that came on board and said, "Oh, don't give you a letter. Force a bit of vote using to find their finances."
So with all those things you've been saying, we're still seeing a couple of defections. I mean, the APC already has won with them. I mean, they're still joining the APC with all those things you're saying that, oh, the present government is doing what they're supposed to do, and we're still defections.
That is a point I'm making. The opposition is no longer strong. They are making the opposition so weak. And that is the point I'm making, to the extent that they are now forming like a circle within themselves. In such, what do they come in? God do not allow them. It will not happen. It will not. Nigerians are ready. Nigerians are going to come out massively to fight and defend their vote. It's unacceptable. It will not. It will not. Some of us who are strong advocates and respect for constitutionality and the provisions of the Constitution, what we are saying is that Nigerians should be given opportunity to vote any party of their choice. I'm not saying that all of them are saints. It's the same people. It's the same people. You see Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, who is now a strong opposition leader in ADC that you want to talk about. He has been contested for years, for the past 20 years, more than 20 years. Is he Peter, who have been governor over time, and others? They are still the same sector. And then is he President Bola, who have been in the game. More importantly, who enjoy the democracy, is now frustrating the democracy under his watch. It's unacceptable. He has to ensure that free election is conducted 2027.
I mean, that's why we have the next chairman, Josh Amopisa. Even EDC members, they are thinking that is on the president's side, is supporting the president and calling for his resignation.
The exhibition and the head of the INEC chairman over the years, over the short time, clearly show that he does not want a free and fair election. He does not want a fair election. How can you wake up overnight and then you now remove the leadership of a particular party from the portal, from the INEC portal? Where is it done? At what point did you make that resolution? So you now see that as now, up to date, from now to next month, May, thereabout, the election is being conducted. As I'm speaking to you now, the leadership of most of the opposition party is being subject of the Supreme Court. So is it that they are going to meet up the requirement to be caught in any division? We are
on this level.
According to our politicians, their mindset is that just come, borrow your own, and then whatever you can do, leave it like that and go. That's what they have clearly shown. This saying that Nigerians are complaining now, we complain in the same vein during the immediate, what is it called, president. And now this man is now, he claimed to have subsidy, continues to borrow. When the bird perches on a rope, he must be ready to dance with the rope. You can't eat your cake and have it. It's unacceptable.
Okay, let's talk about the fiscal ability and compliance point. Does Nigerians' current borrowing align with the Fiscal Responsibility Act?
Yes, the Act, section 41, thereabout, of the state that the government should only borrow for what? Human development and capital what? Expenditure. Not borrowing to satisfy your selfish interests. And that is the more reason why the law is there. The law is not there as mere cosmetics. It must be followed. And even the same law states that government should act on any law. The interest is excessive. You know, you look at it and you correlate it. And for me, I don't think that the government is complying with the provision. So far, so good. And they have clearly shown that, we are not even disturbed about the provisions of the law. That's what is happening. So that is why these people rest for the law. Otherwise, the law is not just there for you to be doing it on a basis. You must come. We are not monkeys, zombies. We must comply with the provisions of the law. That is why those laws are there. So for me, we may apply with it because procedure. There is even the debt management office. Debt management office with the loan, with the purpose of the loan, and then through the minister, and then with Mr. President and everything. Before it's they now present it to the National Assembly. I used that recently comply. And my major sympathy and concern is for Nigerians. More importantly, that the National Assembly, they are not even there to showcase their statutory duty pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution, clause for the good governance of Nigeria. However, they are equally there to checkmate the excesses of the president. But they are not doing anything. They are hobnobbing and romancing with the president. You can see that the Senate president is now a comedian on social media. He's now making mockery of Nigerians. Anytime the loan is to prove it, then
you saw the video said that you know, this is all insecurity. Is actually happening to tarnish the image of the president, that after election is over, watch the first weeks of that. That's why saying that, oh, is it that people I meant you know this people?
You see, tell you that it's taught that know that the process have been for all of that from closely for his office. As the Senate president, you are supposed to comport yourself. You are independent body, pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution. You are not just there by what is it called by the Senate and the segment of the president. You must carry that charisma. You must exhibit that talent. You must show that you are ready for the job. Not that you go on social media, you are now being used as an instrument.
Barrister Atta, do you know that a lot of persons, apart from the citizens, a lot of persons are actually not in support of the excess borrowing by the president? Yeah, even the Emir of Kano State, where the Sanusi Lamido not paying subsidy and you have the money, why are you still borrowing? And then, apart from just Nigerians, the ordinary citizens, there are still lots of other persons that are also not in support of the excess borrowing of the president.
No Nigerians is in support, except the few politicians who the loan, the proceeds of that money will get to their hand. There are those people that are supported because assuming the loan is approved now, of the system. If I'm even the president today, and then he's now fighting for Nigerians. I mean, it's something that we should not take for granted. It's not everybody that talk on that discussion. A lot of people are silent. But some of us are not silent. And we have been demanding because we are saying that the excess of borrowing is becoming reckless, and there is no justice for the government to be borrowing just like that. When we are not seeing the effects, where is the production? What are you seeing? We don't constant like borrowing money. It's not enough for you to have the list then items on radar as your agenda per se. You know, under Yar'Adua government, I think it used to have some points agenda there about. Now, we don't have any targets. If it's like a 4-point agenda, it's so not by how you have them.
Okay, but at this point, if borrowed funds are mismanaged, who is legally accountable? The president?
The government, because it is a continuation. We borrow your own, and then they go. It's not just the government. It may be that the people that are assigned the money to execute the job, if they fail to do the job, they'll follow them up criminally. They'll follow them criminal liability. They'll follow them in a civil matter to recover those money. But we don't even know where the money is. Is the government is bossing the money? Is the money with contractors? Is it at the National Assembly? Is it being used for the purpose which is being disbursed? So we need to know. That's what Nigerians are requesting for. Oh, you are borrowing 5 trillion. You are borrowing so amount. Let me see the project you have used it for. The government will not answer you. Rather, they'll go and spot their social media to be casting fake fictitious information in the social domain.
So now that even the Nigeria coming out to like the one government getting this money, if the president to address this point, don't you do not matter that this amount and we're not seeing anything? Do you think? I feel. What do you think? Don't you think Nigerians, even if we talk from today, tomorrow, more of the government tell you that, oh, they are borrowing some money and they are using it, and we know what would be it's like, okay, and talking and nothing is happening or nothing is being done about it.
It's very dangerous for us to keep quiet. The best is to continue to hammer on them.
Oh.
Yes, it's very dangerous for us to keep quiet. I will not keep quiet. You may decide to keep quiet, but we are not making noise. The law is there. The Freedom of Information Bill is there.
All right.
We can request. We can demand. We can even go to court. A lot of people have gone to court over this matter.
Okay. All right, Barrister Atta, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me today.
Thank you, Nigerians. Thank you for joining our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning on CMI. I am Reselina Umko. Would be handing over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on CMI. Do stay with us.
Good morning. This is TMI Socials. I am Anuoluwakbo Stevens. Or better still, call me a social media butterfly. Now today we'll begin outside Nigeria, where over the weekend a suspect has been taken into custody following a shooting incident at a high-profile media gala attended by the U.S. President Donald Trump in Washington, with authorities confirming he will face federal charges today. Now, gunshots ran out on Saturday night during the annual White House Correspondents Association dinner at the Washington Hilton Hotel shortly after welcoming speech, according to AFP reporters and eyewitnesses. Let's take a look.
One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him. And he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does.
Now, U.S. President Donald Trump, after the incident occurred in America, now reacting to this online. Let's see what netizens have been saying. This user wrote, "Let's all pretend like we believe this again." Now, interestingly, some netizens on social media are not believing this viral video or incident that happened. Now, this one wrote, "How can someone bring a rifle into a government building? Either a bunch of incompetent security personnel or staged as usual so he can build his ballroom. We can't be fooled." Now, reacting to this, another user says on Instagram, "Everything is very strange. How can a single person get through the security barrier so easily? It's the Flash." Well, away from that, let's come back down here in Nigeria. Now, this time around in Kano State, where shockingly residents of Kano received branded underwears with the face of Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf as part of the campaign materials distributed to them. A video shared online shows women holding the red branded underwears with the face of the governor printed on them as they danced. Now, let's take a feel. Well, this actually is a new initiative. Initially in Nigeria, campaign materials are usually rice, caps, t-shirts, and the like, but this I don't know if other state governors will follow suit, but reacting to this online, let's see what you have been saying. This user wrote, "This is a show of shame." Another user reacting online says, "What does this mean?" And he is laughing. While still on this bit, this one says, "Gradually leaving the era of political parties to the era of political oh my goodness." Well, reacting to this more, this user says, "Imagine your husband seeing another man's face on your underwear. Who advises these people?" It is really, really hilarious. But away from that, let's talk more serious business this time around, as political leaders over the weekend in Abuja from the opposition party have resolved to present a united front in the 2027 general elections, agreeing to field a single presidential candidate to challenge President Bola Tinubu of the APC. Let's take a listen.
That despite the onslaughts and machinations of the ruling party, the APC, to ensure that President Bola Tinubu emerges as the sole presidential candidate in 2027, we shall field candidates and contest the 2027 presidential and other elections. 3, that we shall work towards fielding one presidential candidate for the 2027 elections. We shall be agreed and
Light of the day, we'll find out. But reacting to this online, this is what you have been saying. This one wrote, "Governor Makinde is already an ADC member cause Wike PDP faction will never agree to this arrangement." Another user on X wrote, "The agreement is a good one, but they should also pull their weight behind anyone who clinches the ticket and avoid any internal tussle. At this point, if they stay united, they might make a lot of difference." Now, finally on the story, this user says, "The question now is, who will be the single presidential candidate in 2027? Well, it's up to them, and it's up to us to find out at the end of the day. Now, moving away from that, the Emir of Kano State, Muhammadu Sanusi II, has criticized the continuous borrowing by the federal government to fund projects in Nigeria, despite the removal of the fuel subsidy. Let's take a listen.
So for me, removing subsidy or liberalizing exchange rate, these are good interventions. Now, were they done at the right time? Those are certain questions. And were there other things that should be done that have not been done? These are other issues. And I think we must make that decision. So it's not enough to say, oh, they removed subsidy. You had to. When you get to a point where 100% of your revenue goes into debt service, you cannot continue. Where is the money going to come from?
Now let's take tweets online. We start off with this user who wrote, "Let's even agree that the logical reason behind fuel subsidy removal was because it was benefiting foreign countries more than Nigerians. It was meant for, but how do you justify the electricity subsidy removal too? Was that also benefiting foreign nations more?" Okay, good question, Shadow on X. Another user wrote, "With the removal of fuel subsidy and the borrowing, are you not seeing that the country is changing drastically? E.g., the coastal road, the infrastructure, the project the president is commissioning. Are you not seeing them? We need wisdom to apprehend things." Now, finally, on TMI socials, in a video that has now gone viral over the weekend, the dancing governor, Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osun State, and his daughter were seen dancing and vibing to a song at his son event. Take a look. Well, absolutely, joy is indeed coming. That's how we wrap up TMI Socials today. Thank you so much for being part of the show. We'll do this again tomorrow, God willing. I am Nuoluwakbo Stevens. And from all of us right here on the team, Lagos, Abuja, and here in Edo State, goodbye, and please stay safe.
certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
No be news say the kutukutu when we say they follow election when they call for 2027, we say it don't they loud where different things they now be say we see. We see opposition for one side, we see the ruling political party for one side. What did they do to make sure say yes they wrestle power? Now what did they do? The opposition owner be say what we go do to make sure say the incumbent president Bola Ahmed Tinubu he no come back again. That be what they plan, but they're ready to take them for a hand. Or what did they do to make sure say yes they come when they come be main opposition? So people talk and say they work of opposition say they don't do they do you know that's now they have their own now they think of. This no matter what we want to look today, how they'll take work part of this matter and we want to check today. My name is now Thomas Ado. I say welcome to the program. So they call daughter the heart of the matter. I get two people here where we say yes, we look this matter where and they come from different political parties. But funny enough, they be brothers and they even be sick and the rest. That's why they be sometimes they will be say yes, join us together, and sometimes they will be say if you divide us, that's what they say they be. Osahon Igebo, I greet you. Welcome to
my brother. I greet you. Good evening. My people, good evening. No.
Okay. Osahon have to. So that you are the one. Osahon Okorobawa, I greet you so much.
Thank you so much. My brother. My brother. I greet you, sir. I greet you, sir. Good evening.
Okay. 2027, what I would like it don't reach here. Now I make say every day the drum beat for the 2027, they loud every day. And people they happen, they ask the question, wait till they happen and the rest. But it can't be like say this talk when we say they concern the kutukutu for the election they come, it don't come up for the hearts of politicians now. It don't reach everybody body with the way the thing take be. What you call make and reach everybody body? Make us start with you, Osahon first. I'll call you for this program, I'll call you Osahon 1, Osahon 2.
My people, now good evening. We see say election don't come. Election now when it be say na time anywhere on earth, we be say accountability go dey table. This period, everybody suppose know say okay, this is the time we need to say this now who suppose dey, this now who not suppose dey. If you work well, we say come in. If you don't work well, we say come out there. Now, if you look at our economy today, it's hard, it's tough. People they feel the pressure, people they feel the pain. So now this might be the time where it can be say everybody need to come out to say we need something to be done. We want to make the do change for this matter. We want things to start to get better. This not be waiting they promise us when they come.
But one thing when you both talk, you both say anything when we say person gets, nobody they talk. It is relative. The economy tough for you, don't say tough for the other man.
The whole of Nigeria, from the top to bottom, nobody go fit talk say economy not hard today. Start from the basic things like petroleum prices, the way they go. It don't just say a few years ago, an average Nigerian go fit buy Tokumbo. There was a point in time they say Nigeria was the biggest used car market on earth. As of today, people will get motor no dey fit fuel to waka. I know somebody where they go work will say he got to leave a motor for house, enter public transport.
But maybe I feel answer that one. Probably go join the other house. We not sure now because of the war when we say they happen.
When war starts? When war starts?
First now. You not sure because of the war when we say they happen for Gulf. That make a mistake because they are affected here between Israel and US for one side and Iran.
Now, may I talk about that war? Will they go they buy petrol for Iran? Will they buy crude from Gulf? We know they buy these from these places. How come say what would they happen for that side? And with the sell crude, we get Dangote refinery inside Nigeria. Will they pump the petroleum products from inside Nigeria? Why the war for that side will affect us? If the sell crude give outsiders, it's okay. What do we use to cushion the impact of this on our people? We not do anything like that. We just carry the petrol prices. We just shoot and go up like that.
No, make a meter sound too now. For this matter, you hear what he say talk. He say the hardship. Now make our black say people go free. Say we need a change in government. We don't get many change before because they hear that time say talk. They say change because the one called it a renewed hope. Abi now we come there now. So I want to find out from you. Nobody, you know, if you say get reason why. If you say we need to change the government.
Yeah, thank you so much, Baba. I think we need to change the government if we get a better option. Then we go want also support the change. Okay. Because I think when we also clamor for change before this time, for less than 4 years ago, we can also elect some people, come enter Senate, enter Rep, enter House of Assembly. Yeah. That time when we do LULP. And I think today, for the very just now as we speak, I'm not sure say we still get one or two those people when we suffer give that time for that same position. Today if we speak. So if we know say we not get better person to drown, because people look and say now mouth nearly all of them until you reach their table, that they can begin speak their English. Until you never reach, they no go talk. If you also watch the people when they also clamor for this change, I'm not sure say anybody where politics never do a hand there inside, one will say, okay, we know if we give a result in one way or the other. Some don't, first of all, be Senate president for over close to 8 years, whereby we say that time the team they table to give some kind of reforms. When we say they're not doing, then that time the country good, that time not in the.
So you don't agree not to the country bad?
No, I just listen to this. I don't just start it. I say
that time the country.
I say for those people that time the country good, they're not quarrel, they're not shout. I get it now. So we also ministers for here, minister for there. That time when they fit like their name,
they call for this, for that.
Yes. When they contract, the thing not come with their hand. They come say no, we could go back, begin go the fight. I dey look and say the thing, first of all, leadership don't get crack. Nobody here will tell you, say, if they give them tomorrow, say, you go do them, you go do them. Because we don't test this, we don't test that. To me, make we get better reforms. Make we go put for God. Because these individuals, when they see so, I just use our guess now. If that one we do less than 4 years ago, that one contribute.
First, so make I take you back small.
Yeah.
Are we saying now, what they try to talk when we say because they confuse my confusion now?
Yeah.
Are we saying now, say, for the opposition, so to speak now, all the people they call for my this, for my that now, nobody there among
0 over 100, 0 over 100, 0 over 100, no, 0 over 100, no, 0 over 100. Don't let us try to do all this. Why I say 0 over 100 simple. We say, first of all, what you mean they call, first of all, first to get somebody integrity by your stability. Say this person get integrity, now like they stable. If you talk say where you did not good, that make you change. Why you not first of all define that place where you did to make sure say good, no matter how. If you first talk, say this place why the ITV why they work so not good, that make me they go Kilimanjaro station, go work. From Kilimanjaro you go Matun. Now you as a wrong person not good. Because it was say good if you put reform for where you did, first of all to make sure say that place they stabilize and they stable.
But more come back to the one we say talk. Say the economy they tough. But yeah. You agree say the economy they tough.
Definitely economy have been tough since 1960.
No, but it's tougher now.
Yeah, definitely they tougher. And it still they more stiffer.
Even your president, our president of this country, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he talk and say times are rough.
Definitely.
They get patient, but for how long they won't give on this patient?
Yeah, me not
don't go down the work out down there behind us.
Yes.
You understand? Now it says also yes, make we dey patient. Well, how long won't they?
Yeah, the me not go come talk as spokesperson for Mr. President.
Okay.
First of all, we want to talk as Osahon Kwabaraye first. Now sit down here, so we go first talk say really the thing don't affect left, affect right. We don't need to deny the fact.
If we affect left, affect right, why we talk say we not go for removal or say you say alternative no dey?
No, Baba Mo could not come because they talk about removing person. We go begin talk this thing. We come back so we embarrass ourselves here. Okay. Are you getting it now? We reason why they talk and be say the people when gather to remove and they never reach their hand and they speak those English. Are you getting it now? If you want to ask, go ask those people who vote as Labour senators, vote as Labour House of Rep, vote as Labour House of Assembly members, which was already a political foundation first. If you watch way back, there was first time in 1999 we get the AD and the PDP, AMPP, APP. Those were political structures one we get. If you watch, some people wait to build that AD from Southwest. Come infiltrate south, infiltrate southeast, take them, come become what we get today. Now God can give us another second chance, just less than 3 years ago. We will now get, for the first time, over newcomers. Wait for we book this thing. We know so that one will come begin a think now say if Edo don't fit get one Labour senator and over 5 House of Rep, over 6 House of Assembly. And now we're supposed to build up now to say, okay, make Edo come get 3, make Edo come get 2, make Edo come get this. So that from Edo, we'll first start the reforms within ourselves. If all this effort, all the stress, all the real big person that time,
but now instead of abandon the party.
All now abandon the ship for their own personal interest gain, for the thing what we say they fight against. Now down now they come to say those things good. Then if platform not there to just change something easy. We will not begin to talk with you, we know if we can do. The platform not there to change something.
Okay, but no, my brother is on one. You know, someone gave a man, make people don't come to mistake because they see for real, they call you on one. Maybe we'll find out. You see what you saw on Kurobara talk this now. He said for the so-called opposition, there's no person when we say person go feel trust for them to give this job because according to that, we don't get from this, from that, as this, as that. And when they did for that proposition as incumbent that time, he said, according to that, say this changes, you don't see any kind of positive change.
Thank you, my brother. I hear what my brother talk. Now, I go roll back time to respond to what he talk. We go back to 1999 to 2099 to 2003 to 2007. You see this period where I show so. There was positive change in Nigeria. Okay. There was growth, economic growth in Nigeria. May I give you a good example? Now that period, now Nigeria pay back everything where they owe under Okonjo-Iweala. Okay. When
that will be under
Jonathan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
After so they built. There was a building up of waiting don't they happen. Where we say everything. All this for when they talk so. I think give you like I told before, they were play points in time where people figure 3 square meter up. When bag of rice was 1,500 or 3,000. Now all of a sudden your bag of rice don't pass your monthly salary. All that one this now what they look at. Now these people where they that time when they did there, these other people come out. January 2012, they come and say, hey, they want change, they want to remove fuel subsidy under Okonjo-Iweala. These same people come and say never. They fought against it. What happened for their time? They removed the fuel subsidy. Can't tell us say make we bear the pain. That is totally unacceptable. When you go to say now, it talks something that say people they move from A to B, B to C, and C to D to be able to do this thing. Now we don't get a situation as at today. Okay, as at this 3 years ago, our president he say if I not give you light at the end of my first tenure. He said, vote me out.
He said for 1 year.
He said, vote me out. So give me one reason why we will not vote him out now. If we are talking about integrity, if we are talking about somebody that is consistent, that is saying this is what it is, that is why my brother. Then number 2, this same government, what they talk now, what my brother they talk, don't start a situation and a system where if they pull her for opposition, they carry Labour come, you go choke up, they crash her. They carry PDP come, as we speak now, we can carry PDP come, we can crash them. Let me tell you one mistake they made. They just said they crash them like this, everybody go scatter, go everywhere. But when they crash these two viable oppositions, everybody can go congregate under one group, the ADC. Now, they congregate under the ADC now. Convention when they hold 2 days or 3 days back. The minister of the Federal Capital Territory refused us the use of Ego Square. When they could even carry that same thing, go another place, the guy go, they threaten those people, say they do and say they go shut down this thing. We say they try to talk here. The intolerance of opposition. If it be say, thank God, say, me and my brother they here. If it be say some other person, if verse as they talk now, they go let me for road, say they want flog me. So there is intolerance in the system, and there's a situation where we say they don't want to let opposition, they don't want to let opposition survive. Then they make people, they work out, they go different places.
The question I ask you, I don't forget to, I ask you, say, he say no viable opposition or replacement for among the opposition. I think they ask whether you allude to that, or you agree to that was not.
That is totally.
That's not the question I asked.
That is totally incorrect. Now they try to tell you and say that is completely incorrect. Opposition has enough people. Opposition get enough minds. When you get people where they that will be say they go face it down, where don't face it down. Now make me take you back to 1999 to 2013, up to the time of the 16 years of PDP.
Make I say stay with you. Man, stay with you. You know, say Atiku Abubakar, he talk and say he don't move for one political party before go on that one. He say he won't become president.
Yes.
At a point he talk and say, waiting did there, say anybody when they give tickets, say he go support them. If people like somebody like Dele Momodu, he come say if they no give the best alternative when we say they for that place, I mean they give out to Atiku Abubakar. I think they don't give out for us, say no go they okay. Then Kenneth Okonkwo or the obedient movement, can say if they don't give out to Peter Obi, say they no go like and say they go move. University and say disaffection already there among them now. And don't forget to make I help you before we say someone will come. The other someone will come. Make I help you. Before today, we get gentleman agreement for this our country. Say if not do, South go do. You don't understand? Now, the South don't show at all. They never do their 8 years complete. I know they also say the person where dinner must be there. They never do their 8 years complete. In Northern, they come out and say it go be. Even talking just yesterday here now, Atiku Abubakar say this will be the last time when we say he go contest for presidential election. By implication, they say now he won't become the next flag bearer of the political party. You see and say the house want to take fight the Ecobet. If I say some crack there for this, if they never put the crack together, how now want to take fight the person where we say they're all day united?
My brother, I not see that thing as crack. Okay. Not be crack at all.
Okay.
First of all, more put this on the table. Everybody get right to aspire. Even me as a DSO, I get my own right to aspire.
You didn't aspire now. Don't hide them.
Everybody get right to aspire. Now, the ADC, the strength of the ADC is the diversity. When ADC newly come, everybody see them as Robbie said, they're not going to survive 1 month. So all these people, don't they push and they come since. Atiku get aspiration. Obi get aspiration. Rotimi Amechi get aspiration. Rabi Musa Kwaso get aspiration. So now, if everybody get aspiration in the spirit of democracy, and Obi come and talk, he say if anybody win freely and fairly, he go support.
That's why Atiku still talk.
Atiku talk the thing.
And you say Atiku, then you talk and now since the last time we want to go again.
Yeah, nothing's wrong with that.
So Atiku don't see. You talk and now say they no give the truth, they no get a true concession. They'll go
feed. That is democracy. But that's democracy. Now, if everybody sit down, say okay, we'll give Mr. Sado. Sound two say no. Or someone say no. What is the alternative? We'll go feed.
Okay.
Then we'll let the people decide who to be. Now, this fight, Major run this one off. This ADC, you see how robust the internal processes are. You see how robust the people are. They believe say they will feed do this thing. Now they tell you now say ADC get substance. Now this substance where ADC get now, and all these people coming together. Now they fear the opposition.
No,
otherwise they not go.
Okay. Also, you see what your brother talk, because what I like about you, you say pay the talk, you don't keep quiet, so make it talk belly full and all of that. I go say don't put the cup for ground now. You have to don't drink the water. You don't put for ground. So you say make you still talk. You see all of these things the word be say when they talk. He talk about say look at when there is unity in any political party, and you see that political party is strong, the next thing we say you go see when they go put wahala there. If they would accuse that the government is when they and they put all the wahala, and some people feel still agree and so it be. You don't understand? If at all, because remember Senator Ademola Adeleke, the governor of Osun State, if I don't make mistake, you don't understand? When he come out for PDP, when he for PDP, nobody hear from any political party. But the day when he move come out for PDP, they call it a Accord political party. Now that day, less than 1 week, like, Accord don't get fashion and the rest. You know if you say what he talk true, say yes, say now the ruling political party, then they try to divide this state because they can't go front now. So that they don't go figure a position at the end of the day, make up a one-party state for this our country, Nigeria.
You first of all you first see somebody when complain say the economy do you see the strength and zest when you get it. If you get a pass me you see say the strength is for us to see we get this strength for where we do so go to tell you say something good for you never want open up
that is the strength
you get the strength you also say you still there so the hunger never be living issue here so that not be the truth remain say. You say, for ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. It's as simple as that. The death of the party where we talk about, and don't come here give any party any stance. The death of the party, we don't already see them, even from the beginning. Because if you watch, they get about 2 or 3 people, but let's say 2 or 3, 4 persons. When they there, whereby we say, it's either you give me or I leave.
Either you give me or you give me.
Yes, either you give me or I leave. That's not their character. That is known. That they can't change it at this age because they are grandfathers, some are great grandfathers. They can't change it again. Now their nature be that. Because it happened since 1999, that be their calculation. Either you give me or I move. When they come to say, I'm sorry, I'm back home, no place like home. They will go again, because that has been.
They don't even say this is back home now, because this is, they don't this.
You go sue here, you go sue here. So the narrative, I mean, we not to get straight for all these, because we first see the one where hot past this one. And you know, for me, they will soon on their own go down the drain because of the greed of the people when they move on. It will some of us see some intelligent intellectuals when they're inside. Not to stop us not to join. Because first of all, now waiting will make everybody better. That's some of us there. We don't believe in make we can carry one party system for Edo. God forbid, I know they do that kind of thing. But because of also stability, let the make of us don't want to live here with day. Okay. Because I look and say, where you they go? If you really understand where you they go. If you know where you they go, why you not repair where you they? Why not repair where you they? If somebody, one person, fit drive ex-vice president, other people come for party, it goes to show not the political relevance now. No matter how they support them, where they support them from. If you sabi do the baby, now you put 2 head for us to also do one. You can also do your own now. So we don't come here and that was simple. And we know also the drag. By the time the thing come down to the best minimum, I also hear I watch them, I always take my time. Anywhere I did to listen to ITV. If I miss some later in the night, if I want to sleep, I will just flip through the news and say, one of my brother talk about, let's say 2 or 3 weeks ago, the party chairman of one party, we talked a few days ago. I see him yesterday for the news, the suspense of our very respected political leaders. And I was ashamed to say, if not be politics, that's not papa age mate, then they put names, so they say come up for this system where it did now. If not be say politics, are you getting it now? So it goes to also show say the crack don't first start there. You don't even need to fight them now. Are you getting it? It's like somebody when one come follow you play ball, he come with walking stick. Are you getting it? That you say me I drop this walking stick by follow you play the ball. So you look and say this one where you want drop walking stick follow me play ball. Not be handball you want play that 4 leg. So there's already a crack there. You know somebody when they already get cracked, you don't need to finish am now to just let them go on. Are you getting it now? Wetin me dey expect before? Where I also expect say think tank like my brother Osaho we suppose to do. We suppose first of all eliminate make sure say these people wey we first suffer for less than 3-4 years ago wey disgrace us like this make dem no see their poster for outside again because of the disgrace wey they give us because 80% of these people don spend 10% of the money wey they suppose to win election. Today we will not see them again. Today as we speak today we will not see them again. Nobody portray the way they did. They begin cry, faction come out. When they gather themselves, hold themselves, say, this Nigeria, since Nigeria don't give us this strength, this time we can move. taking us back again to square one, to begin look for how we fit get new House of Assembly members again, get House of Rep members again, get Senate again. They are good that they kill.
I want to ask you about when they enter political party. You know, Vira gave me the answer to that one. I say, he say, nah, the ruling political party, they put wahala for every other political party. You go answer the question after this break.
No problem.
Because
no problem.
We will take very short break now. We'll come back. We'll continue for LBC. We stop. I do with my two brothers, Osahan Ngebo and Osaro Koro Baraye, and they tell us about the kind of thing when BCSA would they expect for the election when BCSA they call for 2027. So we'll go take a break. When we come back, continue for MBC. So at that time, when we come back, we'll open our lines. So MBC, you go take call us. That time, the number of MBC, you go take call now 080 77 77 0300 080 77 77 0300. That now after ABC we don't take this break. No go anywhere, stay with us. Welcome back, and so I go tell all of us. And the look is matter when BC concerning the Kutu when BC they follow the 2027 election when BC they come, and even say the way it BC the role of opposition, what it BC they do, and everything. I will look. I get two of my brothers here since Osahan Ngebo. I greet you so much.
I greet you, my brother.
Your name is Ngebo. I mean
Ngebo.
Ngebo because on the day when we say Ngebo.
Ngebo, yes.
Ngebo. Osahan Okoro Baraye. I know maybe say for you. I tell us once we come out, we open the lines now. So the lines they open. So what you need to call me, you call the number. We will put the number there. You don't stand there. 080 77 77 0300 080 77 77 0300. Once you call us, you don't become part of the program. Before we go to break, I tell you just and say the question I want to ask you when you raise, you say when it be say any political party they don't they break head they come out. The next thing when it be something they do, go they cause wahala for that place. If I say the one be say they talk, maybe they no correct. But the one when be say Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke come out from PDP, he go for accord when be say nobody even know whether they exist for that state before. You understand? Before notice the happen, less than 1 week we don't get fashion for that the place. Yeah. Now true say yes on this political party when be say they grant so now they try to fight other political parties, they may they not bring the head come out.
Now they defend themselves now.
Okay.
Now then they fight themselves.
So how come when anytime when they say one strong opposition they come and then they get wahala?
Yes, because why they fight themselves, we say opposition come now, then money go come for those people when they there since now. Now in politics about money after 4 years, no, they not irrelevance, don't lost. So if you don't expect somebody when first get the leverage for that accord party, all that don't beat and they stay one room, they don't go back to village. Then the governor just come now, boom, they bring money come. You go dust the clothes, that dust the car, that come back to the town now. Yes, to come revive. Yes, now come revive them. Just the governor won't come, for not to come. So now you will carry infested wood enter house, now carry out for nobody now. I get it now. I answer your question. Just say, as Papa, you don't listen well. I say somebody where they come feed carry wood. There's already a crack. You can't complain as somebody when they up, they fight you. When you don't already get your first 11 are greedy leaders. So there's a crack done already. Now just small push, you can't push that person now. They don't scatter now. Like this thing house when you don't get foundation. I get it now. Because if it was built, say okay. Make we build that first of all, leave all these people, come out. Make all these people so when they fight so. Make una first gather say, see the person who want do one. Make una raise una hand say that's how you give on how they fight first. If somebody like Atiku that day, I say they ask and talk say, I want to contest again. You hear and talk from mouth say that Thomas Sado now I will support for this president. I don't tell Kwagason and others, make we support and make we say I will fit do one. That to me that is the waiting generations yet to born go year they go hail am. Not because somebody like you went down there since 1999. You when they give all the privilege to do everything about make Nigeria take good. You don't contest his daughter. In a sane society, to me, now not supposed to even the advice. People like us, even not I just leave what political gathering come here now. Tell them say for my own age, we know stress not dey again for this kind of politics so what they do so. We don't fit do am again. We not support to go fit dey support to. Because we don't say I say the truth not the day here and the money we dey invest too big o. So people go come get that kind of money when I say my face dey hold the never chop. I got to just feed them first now. We don't want to take that political. I just tell them some people will laugh and say why you dey talk like that? How old you dey? I say no. Don't be how old you dey matter because you dey talk as you be my friend. If by tomorrow you see my poster outside, this friendship will truly be tested though. then I go really know that you be my friend though. Then you use your English fit come change. Say, "Mona no mind now. This one wey the carry body go. This one wey dey talk for TV. Things go come begin talk. Things wey he say, hey, be like true. Trust me, no be like na true, na true." Because you dey come now with the drink water comot. Before if your election don come, you go begin talk say, "I go your house, you no give me something." So we must begin also see say those leaders suppose comot. Make dem say this person we trust am. If all of them wey dey talk say they wan be, talk say okay, make this person be, make we support am. We are go follow suit now. Okay. Because we don't say they don't fight themselves. You don't just go, go back now.
Okay, man, I really go back. I say, make I go back now. Man, I go back, man, come meet you. At the back when I want to not be waiting, be say you talk yourself and say, we want to be say you get to do with convention and everything. You remember, say, this matter when we say I talk now and go do so. You know, if you say, wahala, you go day inside. People ain't going to consider just mere academic exercise, especially when BCA say, according to INEC, when we say say they work according to the law, so they don't give recognition to people now when BCA say they do this kind of thing. But before you go answer that question, make I take this call first. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, what is your name? Where they call us from?
I'm calling from Udo of Via Southwest local government.
Udo for Via Southwest. What is your name?
My name is Victor.
Victor, what is now?
Victor Moses, I'm from Bible State.
Okay, talk to us. What do you want me to know?
This election where they all try to do so in Nigeria. But the masses, they suffer for fuel matter.
Okay.
The masses, they suffer. At least, if people who won't go vote for like you or or Lagos, at least now transport you use.
Okay.
You see that? They will make government try make fuel come down so that before then fuel will come down.
Okay, Victor Moses, no time I go tell you, say when the election come, you get the right. Now your right to say this government when they so make it continue by voting for them. And if you say you know what make it continue, you carry your card, go there, go vote for the political party or the person when BCA you want make it vote. That's what TBC say I go fit tell you now. Because if you sit down for house, say you don't do anything now. That means say you don't already vote for person when BCA you don't want make it BCA you win. So I'm going to stay with you now. So you hear what TBC I tell you just now. So why a come be like you know, say just mere academic exercise, especially as they say when they say the matter court never agree, say C as it be.
My brother.
This is my brother. You go see come here again. You go see come here because that's to take us away. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Is it Udwata?
You say?
Yeah, Udwata. Udwata station.
Naim.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. My name is Mr. Moses from Sapele Road.
Okay, another Moses again for Sapele Road.
Yes.
Okay.
You see, that man where they talk I just started, the ruling party, it is scatter the opposition. He's supposed to reason himself very well. Opposition will not know itself. When they scatter itself, the ruling party call the scatter. If they want to rule the country, that's why not control your party. People not control your party. When one people pursue come up for a party, then you see me go rule this country. I think Atiku, where we can, they take the pray.
Anyway, I'm not going to call anybody down, yeah, bros. I'm not going to call anybody down. Just take your points. Go to your points.
Okay. Thank you very much. You see, everybody get ambition. When ambition is become too much, it will not work.
All right.
You understand?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At the conference, at the small. Hardship day. Not be today hardship is that way. The money when they come the money when Nigeria when they come that it was during the time of Obasanjo. Now World Bank never give Nigeria. Now World Bank never give Nigeria. Not be Jonathan. That end up for there. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. You know, so when they talk like this, they're on air like this. I go want to make the big say you be very careful with your choice of words. And besides, now sort of program they talk like this. Everybody, anybody can make a mistake and you correct. And we thank you for that correction if you correct.
Yeah, my brother, back to what we're saying. First of all, one thing I like to say, whatever ADC don't do as of today, they do and within the law. Now, Section 83 don't say court no get any right over internal party issues. As of today, they use court, the court never give injunction against any party when it has to do with internal party politics.
Section 83, subsection 5.
Yes.
Okay.
So now they tell us say, now people go court, go get judgment from things wey not suppose dey. So now they try to tell you, I'm watching my brother talk. I like what they talk since. He go use one hand talk, say 0. Then go use another hand say respected leaders. So I like that. So when you see places where respected leaders, for Edo State, for example, the national leader of FDC for Edo State, His Excellency John Odigi Oyegun, a retired permanent secretary, a one-time governor of Edo State. We have Osaremo Sumbo, a professor of law, a one-time governor of Edo State as well. So we have people where they ground, where they, we have people like Dr. Azar Sifo, Rolando Weir, Uzame. These are people who have paid their dues, who have done their best, and we have all come together to build. Now, if you think, say, all these people are 0, say they don't get what they fit contribute to this thing, then leave the party. Make the party run in peace. Yeah, make them live in peace. Now,
but in talk say don't be there, they scatter the party now. And even the person when we say it cost, don't be there, scatter the party.
Now, if they talk, let me go to.
Ask somebody when they lie. What make we know when they scatter the party? Hello, good evening. Good evening. Who would they talk with? What is your name?
Sonia Samuel.
Okay, Sonia for Samuel. Okay.
Yeah, from
Carry on.
So we have to change that. You see, like now.
I beg your line not too clear. I beg and if I do call, make you reduce the volume of your radio or television. I beg you. Your line not too clear. So I want me to say you call us back. And when you call us, you go reduce the volume for television, I beg you, because we don't get too much time again.
FCT minister, we wrote, say we want to use it, go square. Proof they said that letter get to your office, stamped and received by them. And the same FCT minister come and say, no, see that letter. If that is the case, who else will say, see who?
Maybe somebody, maybe not junior officer.
So
maybe junior officer receiver, you know, some go the office or person.
The bulk of responsibility lies with the head of the district. We get proof, say this thing come. So what did they do to say, okay, we get that this thing and we approve them, or it come later, we not approve them. So this now what they see, they use power till they oppress opposition. Now 2012, when these same people come protest. What happened to them? Nothing. They give them that free move that January. Give them free move. Tinubu, Buhari, all of them come and protest. Now, fast forward 8 years, when they can't do NSAS under the APC, this thing. What happened? Massacre. They kill people. So that's why I say there is a hostile environment where the opposition cannot talk, where there is no voice of the people.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dennis.
Dennis, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, sir. And enjoy your program.
God bless you.
Yeah. So this one matter I want to talk, sir. I know that our president he won't contest for 2027. And everything, and we get good all here, we see the suffer the same thing. So one person that get a final for this country, why our president don't fit do our salary, why our salary dey work. Okay. We get good all here, we dey suffer. And the citizens don't want to dey suffer. Because everything when God dey bless us, we get that. When country dey live, all our country live, we get everything. The citizens don't want to dey suffer. Because of the greed of our leaders, that's why they suffer.
All right,
thank you. To be like that.
All right, thank you so much. You hear what he say talk. People will talk and now say the times are really tough. And when we say times tough like that, people go always clamor for change and everything. You talk and say nobody. It notice me there's no change, clamor for change. You say, but the opposition, the people when they break come out of opposition, maybe they're not the kind of people. When you're supposed to, they understand that one now. You talk. Before I go answer the question, I'll take this call. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Who would you talk with you?
Well done. My name is Doris.
Doris, how you doing?
I did fine.
Okay. You ready for callers?
I did call for fear over here.
Okay, talk to us.
My own is to make all these our old leaders. Let's sit down. About the things where they don't do.
Okay.
How they don't accept us for this country. But which impact where they don't make for our life?
the thing is say they just they make life they take cost day by day. As we they go, that's all things they had. So if they don't have the wherewithal, if they don't get the power to change things, why will they continue to stay in power? Why?
No, but the constitution, no, but the law agrees to make it stay for power now. Now, 2 times they do now.
They said you can't give what you don't have.
Oh, okay.
It is obvious that these guys don't have it. They can't lead us to the promised land, which we are yearning for.
Okay, but now we vote on inside. Now we vote them there, whether we like them or not. We already vote them there. But you get one thing when BCS say, like they say, people, they say almost all the governors, they decamp, they go one political party, the one at the center, and that kind of thing. And different things now we they hear concerning this one, they decamp. Some people say they do them under duress. Some people say yes, they give them money, they induce them, maybe they take go. Even yesterday, Newanta, what do they call the national chairman name? Newanta Yawata. So the national chairman of the APC, say make people no fear, say the party no go scatter, say opposite all the people they come inside. But once when people they talk, they say, now the governors, now they decamp, they go the center. The government they decamp, they go the center. No be the voters and the rest. You know, say that one go affect the chances of the APC in the 2027 general elections.
Baba, I know you'll be somebody one they respect so well. So when I give when I give my word, you can take it to the bank.
Okay.
Yeah. The 2027 is a done deal for the APC. Yeah. What I keep saying is, what would have be doing?
Well, what to make them done deal now because of say people they won't be say they work for now to make sure they go announce the result for now. Been waiting.
No, God forbid. No. No, don't dare. They talk about street issue. Okay. I know, not be everything will come begin talk. Right. Make it not be like say they come before I come out now, so I can go talk to pass there. Are you getting it now? And those are political. Just like he mentioned some people name now. I don't want to mention names. I will also make it give me the one when they feel win a unit or a center comfortably for election for all the names when you mentioned. The one where we feel win a unit and a center comfortably without stress, without duress. Say, as he stand there, he don't need to do anything. He ovation or say, this man, over 80-something persons or 20 persons when they this place, he don't give them job. Those people now come with their family now. Okay. I get it now. First of all, that one, and first of all, credibility to some people. Say, as he stand, if we, from our own little unit, our own little, if you say, as I stand on my unit, over 16 or 18 persons, if we come say, they did this a paper or if I don't give the job for my unit, they did that, or if I don't give the empowerment. First of all, I don't need to even attend. As I come, say, you say, Vikuni, why I want to have my hotel. I guess
your man be that one.
No, you sound my woman unit leader. Yes, you are street. But my unit woman leader. Okay. I get it. So I don't need that to just make because say, well, I have 20 or mommy baby well. Leader, no problem. It is done. Why should they obey that call? You know, say when you also call, a part will do something or a part will do something for the person. So if these people don't get up for national level.
But now bribe they do that kind of thing now. You know, people know they do it with their mind now because say what she go get, now make it they do it.
No, listen. I talk about listen politics. Now number and how you don't empower people. Now you give you that political leverage and respect.
Okay.
So as you stand for your unit or what? I say he mention names. He mention names. I say make he give us one or two way we feel win a unit comfortably. Just like the way me know say Osahon he won't get political relevance. Pass even from the next one mention. Times 10. We don't also empower more people. Pass the people when give na television and do those people. We know them. They don't get political relevance. They don't get political taste of Maggie, but they get big name and their age. We don't respect them. Are you getting it? So you get some names where you go call, you go fear say this person get name, this person yes not true. Even though say they opposition, even though say they here, you go know say you get me. So when you just say they are first 11 more they go with the come. Are you getting it?
Okay, man say this person when they like most whether I don't come. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, what if you know where they call us from?
I'm Ojo by name. I'm calling from Kogi State.
For Kogi State?
Yes.
Okay, talk to us.
I'm so happy for this thing you are discussing.
So I just want to ask a question. Are we in a one party system? Because as things is going on in Nigeria, it's not the best. Why is it that they always setting what's it called, the opposition party?
You get proof to show that you get proof say they threaten them?
No. Well, according to what I'm hearing concerning this FCU minister,
okay,
the ADC should not hold their convention at the Eagle Square and other places. Tackle them. Is it the best?
Okay.
Why can't they give them free hands to do whatever they want to do?
All right, thank you so much. You do well. Time no be our friend. Now we go the anchor small. So I want to make you busy.
Yeah, so Baba, I think the first time we first get this political, you must do something about your time.
Okay.
You must do, if that you do them, or we use citing Alamasseya, citing Bori, citing Lokebinedion, citing the way. But I think there were still some governors that stood their ground. People like Bola Ahmed Tinubu in opposition. Even when they say your resources we will stop until they give you. They blend from other places to make sure they continue where they did. So we not sure say for president to become governor, chief security of a state, you say somebody intimidate you or coerce you to come become waiting not for a day. Right. I talk that day when I come, we talk this kind of thing go there. I say a state like Delta State, I'll be there tomorrow, next tomorrow. Like Delta State, if you go there, Baba, and see waiting Julius Berger, they use bridge, they do around that place. You will be proud of this person.
They do bridge here now.
No, I just go and talk. Okay. If a governor like that, when nobody pursue, when nobody, a state since 1999, the state has been structurally built to one place. Tell you say no, who they run, they go somewhere with all the senators and everything. Move. Go to tell you say some people don't get integrity now. Well, those are what call leaders. I think that those are what leaders go here now. Leaders go what lay good foundation. Okay. So we must begin know first of all who be your leader. If your leader don't get integrity, as a follower, you go hard for you to also get now.
We'll take this last call. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, who will they talk with you?
I'm Sheldon Samuel. I don't call it bad again.
Okay.
Yeah, so what I want to say is that we don't say we say the vote president for Nigeria, but we don't say anything good for the country. So what I'm going to tell you that if we go vote, we go people finish in turn. But after we finish in turn, we need like youth. You know, youth old man is for the president. You need youth like very dark man.
Okay. Very dark man say be politician.
What?
Very dark man say he be politician.
No, you know, you don't contest now. You don't contest, you want the president now.
Okay, no wahala. Thank you so much. You dey leave now, my brother. You try to raise your hand up. Time don't be afraid. I want to make you anchor.
I beg me a quick talk.
My
brother they talk since say relevance, credibility, and everything. We forget say the party and the center now come out. Their one-time national chairman, when he was national chairman, he said, "Come, no matter your sins. The minute you come to our side, your sins are forgiven."
But you don't come across us, no be.
Hey, talker. Then we say a talker.
In a quota.
Oh no, he said it. No. He said it clearly. Now me and you know say, if you say people they move out of their own free, we say not be true. Now, first of all, I also come to the point where they say our leaders. We have respectable leaders. We have leaders who have anchored, who have held offices for years. For you to not say they don't empower anybody, that is not true. Somebody will be PS for how many years to retirement? These people get people that they are.
Don't, I respect you a lot. You must listen. No. I hardly talk into somebody's issue. Don't go and give a man a cry he never did. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say empowerment zero.
My brother,
don't try to say it. That's a big lie.
Another sitting minister came out of the president government. He said anywhere one of those aspiring presidential candidates go to, he said they go there, they go cause confusion inside. He said it openly, and this was on video on social media. Anyway, saying go there, go scatter everything.
Okay, so I trust that we will leave the issue today because we continue not go stop. But this one I'm going to take anchor. Hello, good evening. I agree to you.
Good evening, your friend is Tom George.
Jet.
George is Tony friend.
Okay. They watch the program, eh?
I watch Okorobara did my great brother did the Okorobara.
Okay.
I watch your program. I did just watch your program.
Okay.
Which I want to contribute.
Make we do more time, not there again.
It's okay. I know this our leaders for party. Men won't be too much for most of them. You come to the work and the government the work, not most of them.
You know, go verse the line, no come clear again. Or say yes, so you call us and you know everybody for here. It's no come clear. Yeah. Thank you, brother George.
George, former PA to Isoban.
Yeah, we call. We thank you so much. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, what is your name? 10 seconds now you get.
My name is Joshua, by the grace of God, sir.
Welcome.
You see, coming election is not for a miracle, it's for person who will help Nigeria.
Okay, thank you so much. It's the person when we say it will help Nigeria, and I be the one when we say yes. So I want to thank everybody when we say calling to the program today. The phone they ring well now, but we're not take any other call again. We thank you so much when we say yes, we call. Our brother when we say yes, he call from his CEO. We thank you, Doris. We thank you so much. We thank you, Victor. Okay, Victor. When we say yes, he did from Udo. We thank you so much. We also thank you to Moses from Samuel Road, Ojo from Kogi State. We thank you, Shadrach. We thank you so much, Samuel. We thank you, and if we say Joshua, when we say you call, we thank you
George,
again.
Not thank George.
No, don't thank George.
Okay.
Okay, George, we thank you when we say you call because that one, brother. Again, I thank you so much. I thank you so much for your call.
Thank you for inviting me for your program.
No worry, we'll do them again some other time. And thank you so much for calling. Thank you so much.
My brother.
Okay. Until next week, when we will see. My name is Thomas Ado. Thought he say he no get money to pay house rent. Now make our bless anywhere we say they go, they carry house, they follow body. And good evening.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
In treating this topic on constitutionalism and political plurality, looking at a way to prevent the multi-party system of the country tilting towards a one-party state, we will be looking at defections, political defections. You agree with me that that is a huge one when it comes to politicians defecting from party A to party B, and basically what could be the consequence, what could be the constitutional provisions preventing indiscriminate cross-carpeting from one political party to another in Nigeria. And I have with me a legal luminary and a person of Fidelis Areye. Big thanks for coming, Fidelis.
Welcome.
All right, let's look at political defections. We seem to have it too dominant in our political system. Do we have provisions of the law, which I believe we do, but let's have a legal background of what the provisions of the law has as regards preventing indiscriminate or the abuse on political defections in the country by politicians?
You see, in Nigeria, we have a law, and that only law only cut across the House of Assembly, Section 68, 1G, and Section 109, 1G, that any House of Assembly that defected without a very good reason without the party not having any crisis, he defeated like that, he will lose his seat. Those are the law backing the House of Assembly. But any other person in a political party can defect with a good reason, without anything. With this, you see a lot of people cross-carpeting. They are cross-carpeting. Some of the political parties' members are also cross-carpeting because they have air in one way and the other, so that the government in power will not chase them with EFCC and others. You see most of them cross-carpeting, which is very wrong. Then weakening the opposition party. And the party in power now became very dominant. This which result to abuse of power in government.
Are you by this saying that political defections could be abused?
Yes, it could be abused. In the ground that if they are, most of them are they are defecting as a result of they have air. Maybe some of them that are in power, when they air in that office, maybe they have partake in one high corruption and the other, they decide to defect to the ruling party so that they will not be chased by anti-corruption. As a result of that, most parties, most members are being defected from that weakening party to the ruling party. Those are the major problems.
Oh, okay.
But in that of House of Assembly, while you are occupying a seat, you defect without a very good reason. That section 68 1G and section 109 1G we cut off with that person.
Okay,
he
so that also comprises that of the state houses of assembly.
Yes, it's national, not they say in National House of Assembly.
Not you mean it's restricted to the federal?
It's
or it can also. But it also applies to the state houses of assembly.
The state.
They are representatives.
If it is really is in practice.
Because you got the position on the platform of another political party. So if you got that position on the platform of the political party, the onus lies on you to give a very, very credible reason. Yeah. You know, like issues of political crisis, for instance, in the party, which could make you defect from that party to another. But if you don't have a credible reason, then you basically could lose your seat as a representative. So it cuts across both the federal and that of the state.
Our law is there, but it's not in practice. They don't put our law in practice. If you talk of that in House of Assembly, you see during this dispensation, most of the opposition party, they cross to the ruling party. They didn't lose their seat. They still remain. But if that law being affected, but if the section 68, 1 and 109 really specifically based on national assemblies, they have to. And I believe because these laws are just there, they are not in practice, they can even also do away with it, even done away with it, even in the national. That is why you see many people are drifting to.
Okay, if they are not in practice, who do you blame? Because political actors, your politicians, and of course,
I agree.
They are supposed to test it in court.
Yeah, they're supposed to test it. That's why we are talking of the independence of the judiciary. If the judiciary are independent, they are not answerable to the executives in every area, in appointment, in fund, and others. They'll be able to act well. They'll be able to act well.
How do you apply the role of the judiciary in curbing this abuse?
The role of judiciary in curbing the abuse of the creeping to one-party system is only for them to be free and fair. When any matter of such arose is brought before them in court. But they are not the one that play the roles, the major role.
Exactly what I mean, you know. Is it not left for those who are aggrieved those who feel shortchanged to challenge the case in court. Not necessarily the judiciary doing that, but if you feel aggrieved or shortchanged as a party stakeholder, that a particular representative, you know, of a constituency defected to another party without, you know, following due process, that can be challenged in the court.
I agree. You know, when this is a challenge,
because you were saying that the laws are not being implemented. So I was saying, in what way can they be implemented if they are not challenged in court?
Unless the person is able to prove his case. Because all these people defecting, they always have their reasons of defecting, of cross-carpeting.
Yeah, we understand that it has to do with, we understand it has to do with if the party is in crisis.
Yes.
You made mention of some representatives, for instance,
Yes.
though you didn't give names,
Yes.
you know, that they cross-carpet from one party
to the other,
to another, you know, without due process. But again, if we are to fetch for such reasons that they gave, it could surprise you that they cited reasons of, you know, party crisis. Because, for instance, we've seen the challenges that PDP as a party has been going through. And so we've seen exodus of defection from PDP to the ruling party. In such a case, don't they have credible reasons for defecting?
You see, that is what I said earlier, that most of them they are cross-carpeting for one reason and the other. Some of them who are in PDP, they have exerted a very good position in PDP. Maybe some of them have, soiled their hand one way or the other. The next thing is for them to cross-carpet.
That's an assumption?
Yes.
And it's your opinion?
Yes. And upon that, you see that most people, they always have a reason of cross-carpeting. As such, the court cannot do otherwise for them.
Are you saying that we do not have enough laws or provisions that will protect the country's, you know, system from tilting towards a one-party state through monitoring defections in the political landscape?
In the first place,
are you saying we don't have enough laws?
No, yes,
because you may mention the fact that it only applies to those in the National Assembly, for instance. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
We are still on defections.
Yes.
So what about for those who are not holding positions, who for whatever reasons will just want to jump from one party to the other? Is the law, or are the laws silent? We don't have a law on that can guide against such an unscrupulous act?
Section 14 of the Nigeria Constitutions allow you to jump
from one party to another at will.
Yeah, your interest
at will. You can just leave the party.
At will. Not leave. You must have reason of leaving the party.
Even if it's not a cogent reason.
You must have a reason.
Yes,
the party.
There'll be reasons.
That section
reasons
14.
could be they are not, you know, recognized. Yes. Reasons could be they just feel they have a better chance in joining the ruling party because it's the party in power. But are these reasons cogent enough? Because we need to protect our political system from, you know, taking after stomach infrastructure, where everybody just come out and say they want to defer from one party to another just because of survival. How do we guide against this? Because
I believe
this is where the system tilts gradually into a one-party state.
The way you guide against this one-party system, it starts from the INEC. INEC must be able to be proactive. There are areas of elections.
So how does INEC do that without the laws?
there is law for them that before you defect, there must be a very good reasons, and if that reason is not met, there will be penalty for that.
As in penalty against the political party or against the individual?
No, against the political party, against if it is...
Because it cannot be, because you know we cited an instance where those who are not even running for elective positions, who are not running for positions, just members of the party, now so decide that they want to defer from that party to another, if there are laws that can guide against such abuse. So if such persons are now doing that indiscriminately, what has INEC got to do with that? Because most especially when they are not even running for elected positions. So are you saying that INEC can sanction such political parties that have such defections of members?
They have no right to sanction such political
So how can INEC come in?
The only way is that somebody who just cross carpeting, like the INEC now, they are to harmonize and enhance all the political parties of the states. If there going to be an amendment whereby the constitution will bring in all these laws that, as it been applicable in National House of Assembly, is applicable to every individuals for a very good reason, it will work. It will work. INEC will be able to follow up that system. Then the other one is the judiciary.
Okay, no, before you get to judiciary, you just brought about this aspect of INEC, because there is still a burning issue, and they are in the eye of the storm as regards the challenges, facing opposition, as in facing opposition in the quest of power come 2027. You agree with me that recently that there has been issues about the electoral umpire not recognizing both factions, of that of Senator David Mark, and that of Gombe Bala Nafiu of ADC. Now, what are you saying the role of INEC in that aspect is? Do you see them as playing the role of neutrality, or seem to be favoring the ruling party in not recognizing or making a pronouncement that they are not going to recognize the meetings, the conventions of these factions of the ADC? Because by that, it means they are somehow non-existent, because INEC is not recognizing them. So do you see INEC as playing the role of an electoral umpire, or being not neutral in this matter?
For me, I didn't see them be biased.
You don't see them as biased?
Yes.
In case you're just joining me, the program is Law and You, and we are on constitutionalism and political plurality, preventing the multi-party system we operate in Nigeria from tilting towards a one-party state. And I've been discussing with Fidelis Areyi, a legal practitioner. We'll take a short break, after which we continue on the conversation. Do stay. Welcome back. Still with the legal luminary, Fidelis. Thank you for sustaining your presence with me. Now, let's look at this aspect of the judiciary. I remember you said it vividly when you made mention of the fact that the judiciary plays a vital role if we must have it right in terms of the country system not tilting towards a one-party state. Then the judiciary must be independent. Isn't the judiciary independent?
Yeah, partially independent. They are not fully independent, because the appointments still come from them.
From the executive?
Executives, yes. The appointments still come from them. The confirmation still come from them. It's only in the fund they are a bit...
okay, they have some financial autonomy.
Yes, autonomy.
Okay.
But that one don't make them independent, because every appointment is being confirmed by the executive.
And not by the NJC?
Not by the NJC. NJC will recommend. That is where
Won't recommend?
Yes.
Okay, so if we must get it right, the judiciary must be independent?
Yes.
By virtue of appointments?
Yes, appointment. And from there, you see, the system will work well. They will be working without fear and trembling.
Okay, but how do we also tackle the aspect of culture of impunity, corruption, for instance, bribery and corruption? Can we excuse the judiciary from that?
You see, in area of bribery and corruption, it cut across the whole board.
Not just the judiciary.
Not only judiciary. even individual. Depends on.
Are you saying that to excuse the fact that the judiciary should not be in the eye of the storm to criticize and investigate why and how that can be stopped in the judiciary? I mean, by this, are you trying to defend the judiciary?
No, I'm not trying to defend the judiciary. Judiciary that is corrupt, some are be put to the board. They don't leave them. But what I'm saying that in terms of corruption, it depends on individual, not all the judiciary.
Okay, but how do we tackle corruption in the judiciary?
The only way you can tackle corruption in the judiciary, in the area of political cases, it is only when the judiciary are fully independent, because most of them, at the end of the judgment, at times they work towards the area of the government. You see that it's only those that are very bold, and some of them that are bold, they can find anything to bring against them, like what happened during the time of Buhari period.
All right, let's look at this aspect of voters, for instance, the electorate. Yes. Because it's one thing for us to have it right at the point of making sure that our laws catch up with those who flout the law or who go against it. But again, it's another for us to have our elections right, where voters will come out en masse to participate in the election. Now, do you see what is happening at present in terms of the political landscape and, you know, the opposition versus the ruling party? Do you see this as a way of creating an imbalance where voter apathy could be worsened or heightened in the country?
Well, what I see is there that unless the political this thing is being reformed, by way of electronic transmission, you see that when we are able to embark on electronic transmission, the system will work for the electorate very well.
What do you mean electronic transmission? Because on the 2026 electoral reform, as amended, the electronic transmission is not cast in stone that it must be done, because they said there can also be manual collation. So the reform for the 2026 Electoral Act has dealt with that. Or do you mean transmission of results at real time, which is not in the electoral
Let
reform?
electronic voting come in, like the NBA, where I am.
Okay.
The election will come up, is it not this year? It's electronic voting. You can vote in your room.
Okay, but we don't have that
And
just
it
now.
can't.
So we don't have that just now.
And it can't.
Are you saying in the nearest future?
Yes, if
Okay.
they can introduce that, you see that there will be a free and fair election to an extent. Because it work for NBA, I believe it can work for the country. If they allow it, if they don't sabotage it, as they even sabotage this electronic transmission, because they will say some, it doesn't work in so-so place, so-so place. If we really come together and come on that electronic voting, I believe we will have a good governor.
Okay, let's look at the aspect of protests.
Yes.
Because we've had it recently where those in opposition protested to the National Assembly and, of course, also in the streets of Abuja, you know, over the aspect of not allowing the country to tilt towards a one-party state. How can the government of the day, or how can we posit it from the legal perspective, preventing protests to degenerating into what could be the unexpected?
The only way of that party system, the masses cannot be protesting concerning the one-party system, because in party system, it is not the fault of the government in power, people running to them. And as such, the law is not against you defecting or joining a dominant political party. The only thing is that if those Nigerians can reform the system by giving room to more political plurality in the country, whereby also economic barrier will be removed by when all those people that are coming for a political party will not be asked to pay a very huge amount that they will not be able to register.
Okay, but no. But apart from that, before we get there, apart from that, are you saying that public interest protest is prohibited? Because basically we have.
No, it's not prohibited. It's allowed.
Okay, so in what way can it be tailored to improve the political landscape of the country, in terms of not degenerating into a one-party state? Can it be encouraged?
I believe the only way that can be encouraged, it is only when the government in power decided to ensure it's not doing all humanly possible to ensure those party wait in other opposition party coming to their party with one reason and the other. But whereby others are defective, there's nothing he can do. It's only the government in power that can cope that. It is not the court cannot help on that issue. Okay, what about it's already unconstitutional, and the people that are defecting is on their own willingness. They are defecting to the dominant party.
Is public litigation allowed by the provisions of the law? In terms of public interest litigation, is public interest litigation allowed?
In area of creeping into one-party system?
Yes, because some persons may be interested in taking the court, as in taking the government to court, or
if
any,
you are, yes,
or,
a public
yes,
interest would be
public interest litigation.
Public interest litigation could be involved in the sense that if you are in that party and you find out that that person is a party waiting in your party and it cross carpet without any reason, you can bring such action against such person.
No, apart from that, what about if such groups are against the government's tendencies in favoring the ruling party against the opposition? Can't public interest litigation come?
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay, but we see situations where the government could want to, coax such groups from seeing the light of the day.
No,
how do we protect that interest?
It's only court that have such a power. Government cannot coerce them. Because litigation, you go to court and file, and the actions goes on. Government cannot be able to coerce anybody. You only coerce them maybe during that protest. Then maybe bribe them through, and the people will concede to whatever, anything, and withdraw their protest.
Okay.
But whereby they are serious, the pressure want to go on, they have a very good reason, because whoever that sat must prove. Then I think the court will hear them very well.
Okay, let's have your final words on what can be done to prevent the country from tilting towards a one-party state. Your final words.
My final word is that the way the party can gear towards one-party state...
The way the country, you mean?
Where the country can gear towards one-party state is when people are defecting or cross-carpeting to the dominant parties without reason. It will make them to gear towards a one-party state.
That's not only the reason. Coercing the opposition is another issue.
Yeah, coercing the opposition is another reason. Then judiciary is another reason. Then economics barriers is another reason.
Okay, judicial independence could tackle that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Fidelis Areye, for taking out any part of this. We'll do the same time next week on Law and You. I am Philip Omo Gupon. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
A pleasure to have you join us on the program Healthy Living. My name is Precious Fortune, and today on the program we'll be talking about something quite interesting. We'll be talking about the topic hypertension. Yes, that is something we popularly refer to as low blood pressure. Now, I find this topic quite interesting because a lot of people do not even know about it. You know, we're so focused on high blood pressure, we get to talk about it all the time, and we don't even remember that there's something called low blood pressure. And it's equally dangerous, if not even more dangerous. So today we'll get to find out more about it, the causes, the effect, is it deadly, you know, and so much more on the program. So yes, I have a doctor here with me, thankfully. He's going to, you know, give us more insight about this topic. I have Dr. Duke Udukru. Udukru. Wow. Good afternoon, doctor. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm good, very fine.
Okay. So, doctor, I'll let you in on a little secret. Before now, growing up, I used to be very scared of hospitals, pharmacies, injection. I think a lot of persons are as well. But it's funny that I'm all grown up right now and I'm still scared of hospitals. But here's the crazy thing. I've never been scared of doctors. You know, I have this special admiration for doctors. I feel like you guys are doing a lot. You know, you're like some superhumans.
Thank God.
Thank you for making our time to join us.
You're welcome.
All right, so let's delve right into it. Doctor, could you tell us what exactly low blood pressure is? You know, what is low blood pressure and at what point does it become a concern? When does it move from low to abnormally dangerous to, you know, require medical attention?
All right, thank you so much. Firstly, let me mention the name again, since you murdered my surname.
I'm so sorry about that.
The name is Dr. Duke Onoriode Udekru.
Udekru.
Yes, Senior Registrar, Department of Family Medicine, and the Public Relations Officer, Nigerian Medical Association, Edo State Branch. Your question is what low blood pressure is. Okay, I was told last week you guys discussed about high blood pressure or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, so yes, we have hypertension. I'll do more of explanation so everybody's carried along. We have hypertension, we have hypotension, which we're going to talk about today. And then in between, there's what we call normotension.
Okay.
Yes, in between there's what we call normotension. So the idea is for everyone to have normotension. If it's hypertension, it is dangerous. If it is hypotension, it is dangerous as well. Now, what is common actually is hypertension. And that is what we treat. Now, there are times the commonest cause, of course, one of the causes of hypertension itself is, of course, when we treat hypertension, you know, patients take drugs for hypertension. In the long run, they could have hypotension. The idea is for us to maintain normal blood pressure, which is the normotension. But before you know it, sometimes it happens that they now begin to have hypotension. So it means that's why most times as doctors, we like to titrate the medications we give because there's no specific dose of these BP drugs that you are giving.
Okay.
So it depends on how much hypertension is affecting the patient. So you want to titrate. So there are times that patient could still go down to hypotensive level. So at those times, that's the reason why, okay, I find this topic interesting. Because ordinarily, hypertension is not, it comes from some causes, but it's not something that people carry along in their daily lives.
Okay, so doctor, are you saying that these medications you give to these people is what leads to hypertension?
It is not only the medication.
Okay.
Now, let me give an illustration. you are taking a medication. The medication is expected to maintain, to help the patient maintain a normal blood pressure.
Yeah.
But there are times, probably they take a higher dose, or they take too much of the medication. Probably the patient is patronizing this hospital, patronizing the other hospital, and the patient is taking all of them. Before I know it, instead of maintaining that normal blood pressure that we are targeting, it now starts going down. So at that point, of course, you want to hold on with those medications. The other causes have not defined the hypertension itself.
Okay, go ahead.
Of course, hypertension is when your blood pressure or someone's blood pressure is less than 90 degrees, 90 milliliters of mercury systolic. That's the upper part. You know, there are two parts when looking at the reading. So if it's less than 90 milliliters of mercury systolic over less than 60 milliliters of mercury diastolic, that's when you now see this person has hypertension.
Okay.
Now, we also have to look at other indices, like a patient comes around and maybe the patient tells you my blood pressure is 86 over 54 or thereabout, and there is no symptom at all. The patient is just looking at you, the patient is not feeling dizzy. It could just be normal for that patient.
Okay.
It could be normal. But if you have known the patient, normal blood pressure level before now, and you are getting something at that level, you could be worried whether the patient is symptomatic or not.
Okay.
Now, I will still go back so that you understand this better. I'll still go to hypertension again. You talk about hypertension, is anything above 140 systolic and above 90 diastolic.
Okay, doctor, you talked about hypertension as 90
over
and
60,
right?
Yeah, something,
so
anything
what's
below
the
that.
normal figure?
That's what I'm going to.
Okay.
So when hypertension is 90 over 60, that's below 90 over 60, then hypertension is above 140 over 90. Anything in between is what we call normal tension.
Okay, that's a normal one.
Do you understand now?
Yeah.
And so that's the target we want
Okay.
for every patient or for every person.
All right, doctor.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so doctor, please tell us, who would you say is more prone to having low blood pressure? Does it happen to a particular gender, maybe a particular age range or something?
Okay. If you talk about age range, yes, I would say the elderly.
Okay.
Yes, the elderly are prone to hypertension for, of course, they are aged because of their physiological body system that is changing. And then, of course, some of these elderly, many of them already taking medication.
That could lead to it?
Yes,
Okay.
that could lead to it. And like I mentioned, you're taking medication from several hospitals.
We do that a lot in Nigeria.
So that's why most times when I see my patients, I like to tell them, are you on certain medication? Okay, I like to see the medications you're already on. So it doesn't appear as though you have one at home, I'm not giving you another one. You now add it to what you're already taking.
This also means that when we get medications, we should at least get to know the names. People don't do
Exactly.
that. They just go
Get to know the
hospitals.
names, tell your doctor. In short, me, I like to see the drugs you're already taking. I want to see the dose, I want to see everything. Are there other causes of, you're asking about the causes of hypertension, right?
Okay.
Okay, so other causes could be dehydration.
Okay.
How does dehydration come about? It could come about, it can come through, for instance, frequent stooling. From frequent, watery stool, let me put it that way. The patient that is losing so much of water through watery stool tends to have dehydration that could lead to hypertension. Even blood loss is another cause of hypertension.
Okay.
These are the common ones that you see around. Other ones, medication I've mentioned before, they could lead to hypertension.
Okay, we talked about people who are more prone to having it earlier.
Yes, I said
you
elderly.
mentioned the elderly people.
Yes.
What I want to know is, what if someone is younger? Is it possible for someone, maybe a teenager, someone within 20, and all of that to have it?
Of course, like I mentioned, anybody can have blood loss.
Okay.
When anyone loses blood or has diarrhea, and there is dehydration, massive blood loss, of course that person is prone. His volume, we're talking about volume loss. Do you get? Once there is loss of volume in the body system, of course, the pressure drops.
Okay.
So anybody can actually have it.
Have
The
it.
commonest is, of course, you see that commonly in adults, I mean, in elderly.
Elderly
Yeah.
people. All right, doctor, tell us, what are the symptoms of low blood pressure? What would you see that would make you know that, oh, this could possibly be low blood pressure and there is need for you to go see a doctor?
Okay, the symptoms of low blood pressure could have dizziness, a very, very common symptom. One who has low blood pressure could be confused. And, you know, dizziness, confusion, you know. Some other features include cold and clamming extremities.
Oh.
You touch the person's palm, it's so cold.
It's quite cold.
But that does not mean that when you touch anybody's palm this very season, you just assume that the person is having hypertension.
Okay.
But you just see that the extremities are cold. You know that this person has hypertension. Of course, you also look at what is even causing it. If it's from blood loss, you look at other things, the features. The person's heart start beating very fast too.
Okay.
In short, if there's hypertension, sometimes we see this patient experiencing palpitation.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
the heart is trying to beat faster to meet the metabolic needs of the body. So the heart starts beating very fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, doctor, tell me, for someone who is feeling really dizzy, you know, you stand up and it's like you want to fall, you're feeling lightheaded.
Okay.
At that point, would you say that, or what exactly would you ask the person to do immediately? Because in Nigeria, we tend to run to get malt and milk. I don't know if that is a myth. A lot of people think malt and milk give blood and all that. So what would you advise somebody who stands up, the person is feeling all lightheaded and all of that to do immediately?
Yeah, of course, that's why we are doctors.
Okay.
For citizens generally, once they see things like this, it's malt and milk, because I understand.
I do that.
But for us as doctors,
yes,
you know, when you come to the hospital, oh, I have headache. I have to know why you are having the headache.
Okay.
Do you get? So I can target that cause of the root cause of the headache, what I'm going to treat. So I see someone who has dizziness, for instance. I won't just rush to malt and milk like you do. I will not run to malt and milk. Yes, I would want to know why this person is having this dizziness.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be this hypertension we're talking about. So I want to find out if it is the hypertension. Of course, before me is the vital signs of the patient. So if it is clear from the vitals that it is the cause, of course, I will do what I need to do.
Okay, so you're saying if the person is at home and this starts, what should they do immediately? Should they rush to the hospital?
Yes, of course, rush to the hospital. Then if it's over the phone, you call me, I'm feeling dizzy. I'm also going to ask, have you eaten?
Okay, hunger.
Have you eaten? So if it's about food, I could say, okay, get something to eat. For a woman, is your menstrual flow? Of course, I mentioned bleeding.
Yes.
The menstrual flow is very heavy. Have you been witnessing very heavy menstrual flow? You know, it could cause it. So I can tell the patient, please come around.
Okay.
So once I perceive that there is one serious cause of this dizziness, emergency, please come around.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, doctor, I'd like to know, is low blood pressure genetic? Because I think I watched something online one time where someone was talking about hypertension, and he said his mother was hypertensive, his grandmother was hypertensive, and then he as well became hypertensive. So is it the same for hypertension?
Well, not really.
Okay.
Not, however, you could just see some persons, like I mentioned, blood pressure of 90/60 below, we can say is a hypertension. That's the definition.
Okay.
But there are some persons, theirs could be persistently lower than 90/60. And then in the family, that's how their own blood pressure is. So you could just regard that as being normal.
Normal.
Do you get? So you could say, well, to some extent, but I wouldn't say, but you see this a lot too.
Okay.
So from the books and from the definition, 90/60 below is hypertension.
Hypertension. Okay, doctor, let us know, are there different types of hypertension?
Well, there are.
Okay.
There are. It could be from volume loss.
Okay.
It could be from, you know, shock itself, like from those ones are very big stuff that, okay, someone has a accident now and has fracture, I mean, what do you call spinal injury. So it could lead to hypertension.
Okay.
Do you get the blood pressure could drop? You understand what I'm saying? So, but the common one we see, the volume loss and all that, you know, then, what will I say again? The drugs that we give, will I say type of hypertension?
Does it lead to?
Yes, because there are drugs you give that could dilate the blood vessels.
Okay.
So.
All right, viewers, we'll go on a very short break, and when we come back, we'll have our doctor here, you know, tell us more how we're going to prevent all of this. Now, I would suggest that you stay glued to your screen, because you never can tell when this kind of information would come in handy and all of that. So please stay with us. We'll be right back. Thank you for rejoining us on the program, Healthy Living. Yes, we're still talking about hypertension, low blood pressure, and we've had our doctor here, you know, tell us a lot about low blood pressure. So the very last question before we wrap things up, doctor, tell us, what advice would you give to someone having low blood pressure? Are there preventive measures? Are there natural remedies that one could do before coming to the hospital?
All right, thank you. For the elderly, who are most, like I mentioned, are very, very prone to hypertension, because there is what we also call orthostatic hypertension. For this elderly, if they are standing up from sitting or lying position, you should do it gradually.
Okay.
You don't just sit up, you know, immediately, so you could fall. And then if one is already having it, like you feel you are having, you're feeling dizzy and all that, you quickly lie down before you fall down.
Okay.
Quickly lie down, or you could sit down so you don't fall. And then again, for women who see their period, and periods are very heavy, for them, it's good to take what we call hematinics if their period is so heavy.
Okay.
You take hematinics, see your doctor, and then you check your PCV. If it's low, we know what to do.
Know what to do.
Children, for instance, who are having diarrhea, mothers now, you also have to rehydrate them. As they are losing water, you are rehydrating. Even the elderly, you also rehydrate. Other cause, if there is blood loss, you give. You have to prevent it, injuries and all that. So these are some of the things you do. And then for the drugs they take, if you are taking your BP medication, and
okay, Doc, I might have to cut you short at this point because we need to round off.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Doc, and our viewers, thank you so much for staying with us up until this time. I hope you've learned a whole lot. I would say health is wealth, so you need to take care of your health regardless of anything. So we'll see you same time, and of course next week. Thank you, and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top stories on the ITV menus tonight. NSA office says prison management key to countering violent extremism. Court fixes May 5 for hearing of suit seeking deregistration of ADC other parties. Edo Security Squad nabs suspected kidnappers. Also in tonight's news, export examining borrowing trend under Tinubu's administration. Welcome to the ITV main news tonight. I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. We begin the news from our Benin Network studio. 2 suspected kidnappers have been arrested by a combined team of Edo State Special Security Squad, Edo State Security Corps, and personnel of the Nigerian Police Force. The raid on the suspected kidnappers' hideout within the Forest of Ama community in Isako West local government area is part of a renewed crackdown on criminal elements across the state. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchebu has details.
The operation led by the Principal Security Officer to Governor Mondo Bolo, Saturday Oko,
commenced following an intelligence gathering involving different security agencies at a Kowaya community in Eastern Central Local Government area. With accurate information gathered, the team proceeded on an over 2-kilometer trek into the dense forest of Ama community in Esako West, where they identified an isolated building suspected to be a base for kidnapping activities. The team subsequently arrested 2 individuals suspected to be linked to a notorious kidnapping syndicate operating within the axis and recovered an army uniform, charms and other items. Addressing journalists after the successful raid, spokesperson for the Special Security Squad, Eribo Enwata, disclosed that the operation was carried out following credible intelligence reports assuring that the suspected leader of the syndicate has been declared wanted.
The state is not a place or is not a hideout for kidnappers. We are giving Best 7 days ultimatum to report himself to the Commissioner of Police or the nearest police station. After then, whatever he sees is his own business.
Also speaking, the zonal commander of Edo State Security Corps, Joel Aidemebo, alleged that the wanted suspect, identified as Best, has been engaging kidnappers from different parts of the country and lodging them at camps in various forest locations across Edo State.
We are not relenting our effort. Every night, every day, we are after them. They will continue to run, and they will not have a safe haven like this kind of building Mr. Best is using to harbor them. You either submit yourself to the authority or we will hunt you down wherever you are.
The latest operation marks another significant step in the ongoing efforts by the state government and security agencies to rid Edo State of kidnapping and related crimes, particularly in forested areas which are often exploited by criminal gangs. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
Many thanks again for joining us on the ITV News tonight. Hearing in a suit filed by a human rights activist Curtis Egosa Ugbo against the All Progressives Congress National Working Committee, the Edo State Working Committee and the State Secretary Lawrence Oka over alleged tenure violation has been adjourned by a Benin High Court to May 22, 2026 for ruling on a preliminary objection. The plaintiff, Curtis Ugbo, is contending that the State Secretary, Lawrence Oka, has remained in office beyond the tenure permitted by the party's constitution. Jolade Ojo reports.
The case, presided over by Honorable Justice Maria Semota, saw counsel to both parties present argument on the competence of the suit. Counsel to the plaintiff, Matthew Edegase, said the claimant, Curtis Ugbo, as a concerned APC member, approached the court to prevent what was described as illegality within the party, urging the court to proceed to hear the substantive case. Counsel to the defendant, Ehige West Dahosa, SAN, informed the court that a notice of preliminary objection dated March 10, 2026 had been filed, challenging the jurisdiction of the court to entertain the matter. Barrister Idaosa told the court that the claimant in his processes admitted he was not personally affected, but was making a case on behalf of other APC members, arguing that this undermines his legal standing. After listening to submissions from both sides, Honorable Justice Mary adjourned the matter to May 22, 2026 for ruling on the preliminary objection. Counsel to the defendant, Barrister Ehige West Idaosa, said if the preliminary objection is upheld, the case will be dismissed in its entirety without proceeding to trial.
This is a matter in which I think a party member, I believe he may be, and maybe not, instituted this action, claiming that the occupant of a particular seat, the state secretary, had done so beyond the tenure allowed by the party constitution. And then we replied very strongly. We have argued out already. We understand ruling will be delivered on the 22nd of May. We expect the best.
Counsel to the plaintiff, Barrister Matthew Edegase, said both parties have been heard, but expressed concern over the alleged attack on his client within the court premises.
Talks attacked the claimant, Curtis Ugbo. He was thoroughly beaten, the toys closed, dragged on the ground. The question is audacity to bring an action to court. We found that very strange. We have told the court what transpired. The court was not very happy with it, and we are going to take it up.
From Benin, Jolade Ojo, ITV News.
For more on the ITV main news tonight, let's link you up with Lagos Network Studio for the continuation of the ITV main news. Of course, it's good to see you. Miss Selina, the delectable Miss Selina, over to you.
Many thanks, Sunny Diokokosu, from our Lagos studio. The Lagos Governor, Mr. Sanwo-Olu, appointed members in states of Paris, bringing the Permanent Secretary to 129. The new Permanent Secretary was sworn in alongside the new body of recently constituted Health Service Commission at the banquet hall of the State House in Lausa. The governor urged the permanent secretary to establish the claimants Benjamin may assume responsibilities as officers in the respective ministry. In another report, the stakeholders on the political scene in late health.
We apologize for our inability to continue the news from our Lagos studio due to some technical hitches. Meanwhile, a former Deputy Speaker and member representing Esan Northeast Constituency 2 at the Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Maria Omozeli Edeko, has formally declared her intention for a second term. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omija reports that declaration was made at the APC Ward 11 local government party secretariat, where party leaders and executives endorsed her as the sole candidate of the party.
Right Honorable Maria Edeko and her supporters arrived at Ward 11 and the local government party secretariat in Uromi to formally declare her second-term bid to return to Edo State House of Assembly. Declaring her intention before APC leaders and executives in Uromi, Right Honorable Maria Edeko, who was flanked by members of the Edo State House of Assembly, led by the majority leader, Honorable Jonathan Iwamawu, presented her scorecard for the past 3 years and appealed for a second chance to do more.
I have demonstrated character. I have demonstrated intelligence. I have demonstrated love. We are going to support our governor, Senator Monday Okpero.
Responding, party leaders and executives who took turns to express their satisfaction over the performance of Right Honorable Maria Edeko said, in a consensus agreement, the leadership of the party has agreed to endorse her candidacy for Esan Northeast Constituency 2 for a second term.
We can only have one person to represent us as a constituency. We must join our hands together to support genuinely behind the candidacy of Right Honorable Maria Edeko. Thank you. God bless you all. Babulo.
So we'll pray for you and we'll give you the continuity at the party side. Thank you and God bless you all.
I am grateful to my constituency. I am grateful to the entire Esan Northeast local government, the leaders. I am so proud of them. They are the best leaders in the world. And to His Excellency, I pledge that I am going to work so hard, more than I've ever done before, to ensure that we strengthen the government.
Right Honorable Maria Edeko is the incumbent member representing Esan Northeast Constituency 2 at the Edo State House of Assembly. From Uromi, Chris Omije, ITV News.
Businessman and executive chairman of Sazi Oil and Gas, who is also a House of Representatives hopeful for Ego and Ikpobaha federal constituency under the platform of the All Progressive Congress, Honorable Felix Osaze Igbinovia, popularly known as Sazi, has continued his consultations for nomination and support from party leaders in the Ego local government area. The meeting held at the APC Ego Local Government Secretariat, Uselu, Benin City, attracted his wife, Anita Igbinovia, the Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Honorable Paul Ohombamu, all ward chairmen from Ward 1 to 10, party leaders, and a large crowd of supporters. Ofure Aneto reports.
The consultation, which is part of ongoing ward-to-ward engagement, saw the aspirant Honorable Felix Igbinovia meet with party executives and leaders in Ego local government area as he seeks support ahead of the APC primaries. Addressing party leaders, Honorable Sazi appealed for nomination and support, assuring them of effective representation and meaningful development for Ego Ikpobaha constituency if elected.
I want to appeal to our leaders, our stakeholders. I need a representation that will be strong and firm in the National Assembly. Our government stand tall, a strong voice.
Supporters, including the Director General of SAZI Campaign Organization, expressed confidence in his aspiration, describing him as a capable candidate.
In the capacity to transform the Gen Z spirit of our youths into progressive gains. He believes that our market women deserve adequate and constructive support, a support that is sustainable.
He has been doing everything for us. So we love him because he's a nice person. We called him, come out and serve your people because of who he is.
Things that he has done for the student community, we can't appreciate him enough. He has supported schemes, youth development, student development, entrepreneurship summit.
I wish to support and complement the shine agenda of His Excellency Senator Monday Okpebholo, and as the representative, by the special grace of God, of Ego Ikpobaha Federal Constituency, will give effective representation to our people of the constituency.
Further consultations continue as the aspirant holds grassroots engagements. From Benin, Ofuri and Netta, ITV News.
More birthday congratulatory messages have continued to pour in for the Chief Judge of Edo State and President of Edo State Scout Council, Honorable Justice Daniel Iyobosa Okunbowa, on the occasion of his 65th birthday. Jolade Ojo reports that the Chief Commissioner and Chief Executive Officer of the Scout Association of Nigeria, Dr. Zach Ekanola, on behalf of Scout, extended warm congratulations to him. The report.
In a congratulatory message to the Chief Judge of Edo State and President, Edo State Scout Council, Honorable Justice Daniel Okunbowa, on the occasion of his 65th birthday, the Chief Commissioner and Chief Executive Officer of the Scout Association of Nigeria, Dr. Zach Ekanola, described Justice Okunbowa as a distinguished jurist, exemplary leader, and steadfast advocate for youth development, whose life has been marked by service, integrity, and impactful leadership. He commended the Chief Judge's unwavering commitment to justice, the rule of law, and his dedication to nurturing young people through the Scouting movement, noting that his contributions have not only strengthened the judiciary in Edo State, but also inspired and shaped the future of countless Nigerian youths. Dr. Ekanola celebrated Justice Okunbowa's remarkable achievement and prayed for continued good health, wisdom, and fulfillment in the years ahead. He wished the esteemed jurist a happy 65th birthday and many more years of impactful service. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
And a bid to ensure conducive atmosphere for teaching and learning, the member representing Oriomo South constituency at the Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Bright Iyamu, has inaugurated a block of 3 classrooms and perimeter fence at Ofumugbe Primary School in Ugbokonio. Honorable Bright Iyamu, who is also the Chairman House Committee on Works, used the opportunity to meet with APC leaders and executives to intimate them of his ambition to return to the legislature for a second term. Ikpohosa Ukiagbe reports.
I commission this project in the name of the Father, Amen, and of the Son, Amen, and of the Holy Spirit.
Cutting of tape by the member representing Oriomo South constituency at the Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Bright Aitengoba Iyamu, to inaugurate a block of 3 classrooms and perimeter fence to ensure a conducive teaching and learning atmosphere for Ofumegbe Primary School, Ugbokonio, as schools in Edo State resume for the 3rd academic term. Honorable Yamu, who was accompanied by a large crowd of supporters, thereafter proceeded to Ward 5 of the All Progressives Congress to meet with leaders and executive members of the party to declare his re-election bid to the House of Assembly. While thanking the leaders and executive for the opportunity to represent the constituency in the past 3 years, he appealed for their prayer and support to actualize his ambition so as to attract more dividends of democracy to the area. Responding, the APC World Chairman, Comrade Henry Obe, expressed the satisfaction of the executive for his representation and the projects he has attracted across the 6 wards in the constituency.
The essence of Ugiomahu, Uwe no jari presente ave babanirowa. Emi no be mienori sowa we passive oni.
Some supporters expressed confidence in Honorable Iyamu's capability to consolidate on the achievements in his first tenure.
We work with people who will promise and do what they say they will do.
He makes us to know that when you're in the House of Assembly, we can equally work for the people.
Because of good thing we first do, now all of us come here today.
Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Many thanks again for staying with us on the ITV Main News. Edo State government has dissociated itself from a trending video where an aide to Governor Monday Okpebolo, Emmanuel Akwan Egogo, allegedly threatened to arrest members of the ADC and hand them over to the Edo State Police Commissioner, Monday Agbonika. This was among issues addressed during a bi-monthly briefing at the instance of the State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Prince Kasim Afegwa. Oluwafemi Farayola has details.
When we catch these people, we'll hand over to you, straight to Abuja.
Briefing journalist Prince Kasim Afegwa said in view of the trending video, it became necessary to reiterate that Governor Okpebolo does not tolerate gangsterism, saying that the governor is open to constructive engagement from the opposition in the interest of the state. He also highlighted key areas of development by the administration to include security, a 150-bed space Udomi Teaching Hospital, increased grants to the state-owned Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma, and Edo University, Iyamo, promotion in the civil service after over years of stagnation, employment of over 1,000 civil servants across different cadres, and the recruitment of over 5,000 teachers.
We want to disown that statement as not the position of government, as the voice of an individual that is also amenable to existing laws of the land.
Prince Afegwa said with about 10 billion naira internally generated revenue and monies accruing from the removal of fuel subsidy, the state government is renewing its commitment to ensuring that residents benefit from the progressive policies of the state government in line with the administration's Shine agenda. He encouraged the media to partner with the state government by highlighting progresses made on the Bini-Auchi Road, the Ramat Park flyover, noting that plans have been concluded by the state government to unveil the first set of 50 CNG mass transit buses out of 100 procured, in addition to full-scale operations of over 20 primary healthcare centers across the state. Prince Afegwa also explained some recent political developments across the state.
The resources accruing to the state government is the reason why they are doing so much, which is also a consequence of the subsidy removal.
The interactive section featured question and answers by journalist Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
Concerns over Nigeria's increasing borrowing spree by the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu have continued to generate reactions as some Nigerians question whether the trend is a debt trap or a pathway to development ahead of the 2027 elections. This formed the focus of discussion on the flagship program this morning on ITV as guests from across the country and abroad shared their views. The report by Ehis Uhunamure is presented by Oluwafemi Farayola.
From Benin, development economist Destin Owobu said Nigeria's biggest challenge is not mainly debt, but poor revenue generation and limited productivity.
We earn like rats, but we spend like elephants.
Where we always have that problem is debt to revenue ratio. We do not have enough. To grow this economy, you need at least 4 to 5 trillion.
Joining virtually from Canada, development economist Dr. Osaze Iyoa also shared his perspective on the nation's rising debt profile.
The point is, we've continued to take debt. This is not a competition between Buhari administration and Tinubu administration. The point is, the Naira was devalued, so now we have a larger chunk of debt to pay.
From Abuja, public affairs analyst Ben Agunloye, alongside legal practitioner Abdulkarim Musa, examined the legal implications and effects on Nigerians.
So while a policy may be prior to a person, another government will come that policy, that project or that idea that you have is not their priority. And in so that project is not their priority, there is tendency that they would abandon it or prioritize another project. But then by that time you have already borrowed money to execute that project.
As of today, we have one of the highest post-harvest decomposition in the world for tubers. That is yam, cassava, potato. These are things we produce. But then majority of them are damaged or decayed on the farm.
From Lagos, Barrister Atta Adams reviewed the nation's growing debt burden and the impact of fuel subsidy reforms.
The government should only borrow for human development and capital expenditure, not borrowing to satisfy your selfish interests. And that is the more reason why the law is there. The law is not there as mere cosmetics. It must be followed.
Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
The Office of the National Security Advisor, through the National Counterterrorism Center, has reaffirmed its commitment to the effective management of Nigerian correctional centers as part of efforts to tackle violent extremism and terrorist ideologies. Defense correspondent John Turner reports that the National Coordinator of the National Counterterrorism Center, Major General Adamu Laka, made this known at a 4-day workshop on countering violent extremism in the custodial centers held in Abuja.
Correctional centers remain a vital component in Nigeria's security architecture. While designed for custody, reformation, and rehabilitation of inmates, studies indicate that poor management can create pathways for inmate radicalization and recruitment into violent extremist groups. These stakeholders workshop, organized by the Office of the National Security Advisor, National Counterterrorism Center in partnership with Canada, and the Global Center on Cooperative Security, seeks to build the capacity of correctional personnel on effective strategies to counter violent extremism across custodial centers.
This training, therefore, reflects our collective resolve to address this challenge in a proactive, structured, and sustainable manner. It also underscores the urgency for equipping relevant ministries, departments, and agencies with the knowledge, tools, and strategies required to detect, prevent, and respond to extremist ideologies within custodial facilities.
Custodial centers can either disrupt extremist thinking or unintentionally reinforce it. The difference lies in how prepared we are, how coordinated our approach is, and how consistently we apply what we know. That is why this training matters.
Our international correctional work has resulted in the training of over 45,000 correctional staff in various jurisdictions, establishing standard operating procedures, assessment protocols.
The initiative aims to improve inmate management, promote de-radicalization and rehabilitation programs, strengthen facility security measures to curb the spread of extremist ideologies beyond prison walls. From Abuja, John Tina, ITV News.
Activities marking the third remembrance celebration of the late Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Iyare Motors, Mr. Abel Omoroyi, have commenced in Benin City, Edo State, with family members, friends, and associates gathering to honor his life and legacy. The event held at the newly remodeled Iyare Motor Park building in Iyaro, Benin City, Edo State. A report by Shalom Onwogara is presented by our correspondent.
The atmosphere was filled with emotion and reflection as attendees recounted the impactful life of the late Abel Omoroyi, whose contributions to the transport industry and community development remain evident years after his passing. Tributes from loved ones described the late transport magnate as a visionary leader, philanthropist, and a pillar in the growth of the transport sector in the state.
We are happy that today, 3 years, his children are able to multiply his wealth. There's another one in Aja. He is the preeminent transporter in Edo State.
Family members reflected on the life and times of their patriarch, describing his absence as deeply felt and his legacy as a source of strength and pride, commitment to excellence.
We are celebrating 3 years remembrance, a great father, a loving father.
I'm happy for people who came far and near. A lot of people traveled from the UK, United States, Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, just to be here today.
The high point of the ceremony was the unveiling of a statue in honor of the late Pa Abel Omoroyi, a tribute organizers say is meant to preserve his memory and inspire future generations.
Now we have a befitting structure here in Benin. We have a befitting structure in Aja. More to come. Amen. I dedicate this memorial and these statues in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name, amen.
The remembrance activities are expected to continue with other events aimed at celebrating a life widely regarded as impactful and exemplary. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Over 2,000 farmers in Uhiere Government Reserve in Ovia Northeast local government area, Edo State, have appealed to the Edo State government to allow them to continue to make use of some portions of its reserve for their farming activities. Jonah Omowa reports that the farmers, comprising elderly men, women and youths, participated in the passionate appeal to the state government.
Over 2,000 farmers drawn from Uhiere, Onwa, Agbonikaka, and farmers from other communities using Uhiere Government Reserve for their farming activities, appealing to the Edo State government not to sell off the government reserves in Uhiere community. According to the farmers, they have nowhere else to farm, a situation that will adversely affect their means of livelihood.
Sometime in 2021, this said land was about to be sold to a particular company. We appealed to the dead governor, Obaseki, and he saw his action. Sometime about 3 weeks ago now, some group of persons came here again that the land had been sold to them. They came accompanied from Ministry of Land and Survey and Protection of Government Property. So after that, we went back to Benin again to rewrite again to the government that this same issue that took place some few years ago has come up again.
The purpose of here, where they do farm, where government want to take, now we can apply to the state government. They deliver for us. We still don't beg House of Assembly, our representative. We make it still help us, plead to the government, so that make we feel see where we go to farm. Because this farming, we are farming here, and the source of our income here. Without farming, nothing for us.
We are begging the state government to please leave this a little piece of land for us, because we have nowhere to go. This is where our forefathers used to farm. Now we come here again and we are still using it to farm.
We dey beg the government, say this land where we say we dey so, now we dey take care of our children. We not get any other source at all. We dey manage our children, they manage. They say they won't sell them, so that's why we dey beg them. Make them not sell them. Now beg we dey.
They appeal to governments to save them from emotional trauma and forced abandonment of agrarian identity. From Uhiere community, in Ovia Northeast Local Government in Edo State. Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
The Nigerian Navy has launched a major operation to combat maritime crimes in the Gulf of Guinea. The exercise, codenamed Obangame Express 2026, involves ships, helicopters, and multinational collaboration. Naval authorities say the operation targets piracy, oil theft, illegal fishing, and trafficking. They add that the exercise will strengthen regional cooperation and improve maritime security. Domestic airlines in Nigeria may suspend operations from Thursday over rising aviation fuel costs. Operators say the price of Jet A1 has surged drastically, making operations unsustainable. Despite meetings with government officials and marketers, no agreement has been reached. Airline operators warn that without urgent intervention, flights across the country may be grounded, leaving passengers stranded. And more on business, former President Olusegun Obasanjo has again expressed doubt over the viability of Nigeria's state-owned refineries. Speaking in a television interview, Obasanjo said the facilities may never function efficiently again. He blamed poor maintenance and management culture while advocating greater private sector involvement in the oil sector. And now to entertainment news. Comedian Igo Save has decried what he called a growing pandemic of beggars in Lagos and appealed to the state government to intervene immediately. In a post on his Instagram, the comedian contrasted begging practices across regions. He said beggars in northern parts of Nigeria hold plates, while their counterparts in Lagos hold stones. Igo Save described the situation in Lagos as a growing pandemic that the government needs to stop immediately. Next on the ITV main news tonight is sports with Tolulukbe Oguntimehin.
Top clubs and state-backed teams are set for the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Sevens, holding May 2nd at Rugby School, Nigeria, Eko Atlantic, Lagos. In the men's draw, Kauri RFC of Lagos, Barawa RFC of Kano, Harazin RFC Lagos, and Nigeria Police lead a strong field. The women's category features Nigeria Police RFC, Delta State Women, and Edo Women's RFC. Underline its steady rise of women's game. Beyond competition, the tournament remains a click platform for talent development, offering players exposure and high-level match experience in the sevens format. Adding further provides the expected president of 2024 Olympic gold medalist Aaron Gradidia Nkanang, whose participation is set to boost the event's international appeal. The Atlantic 7 rugby continues to grow in stature, reinforcing Nigeria's ambition to emerge as a competitive force in global rugby. And to the world of boxing, Anthony Joshua signed a deal to fight fellow former world heavyweight champion Tyson Fury, Eddie Hearn, has announced. Joshua, who has not fought since he was a passenger in a fatal car crash in December, will first have a combat fight against Christian Prenga in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia on 25th July. Fury and Joshua, both two-time world champions, have carried British boxing on the global stage for more than a decade. Despite years of negotiation and forced start, the fight has never materialized. But promoter Hearn posted on social media on Monday that the long-awaited fight was signed, sealed, and delivered. As a side, the landlord will collect his rent. That is certain, Joshua said about the fight. World number one Arina Sabalenka came from a set and a breakdown to beat Japan's Naomi Osaka in the fourth round of the Miami Open and progress to the quarterfinal. Four-time Grand Slam champion Sabalenka secured her 15th consecutive victory of the year and 9th in a row in Madrid by winning 6-7, 6-3, 6-2 in 2 hours and 20 minutes on Monday. The 27-year-old had not lost a match in the Spanish capital since 2023, but she was tested early on by fellow four-time major winner Osaka, who was playing some of her strongest tennis of the season. The defending champion Sabalenka will face American Hailey Baptiste, who defeated Belinda Bencic 6-1, 6-7 in her fourth-round match to book a place in the last 8 on Tuesday. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Oguchimen Tolulakpo Oguchimen.
Thank you, Tolu, and that's a wrap on the ITV main news tonight. Thank you for your time. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well
and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we are seeing on the stage is the Koro Cultural Princess Event. On the other side, we have the Gymnastic Boys. Gymnastic Boys, you don't know what we want to do now. We are bringing upstairs. We are at the first floor. We don't know what we are going to do in the second floor.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon and welcome to the program African Discuss. As today we turn our focus to Central Africa, where Denis Sassou Nguesso has once again taken the oath of office, extending his grip on power into a fifth term in the Republic of Congo. And you remember vividly last week we did that of Omar Guelleh that had a system in office. Now, a leader whose political journey spans decades, returning to power, and of course holding on through constitutional changes, contested elections, and growing scrutiny, his continued rule raises a critical question. And the big question is democracy in practice or merely in form? In a continent where the struggle between longevity in leadership and democratic renewal continues unfold, Congo now stands at a defining crossroad, and of course at a crossroad. And is this the stability or stagnation of continuity or control that we may say democracy portrays? And more importantly, what does this mean for the future of democratic governance in Africa? This is Congo's Sassou Nguesso fifth term democracy on trial. And what do we have about his performance so far, who has been in office for over 4 decades, nearly 42 years. And of course, you look at what has started off the struggle even when he came into power, first as a dictator before he now dived into being a democratic leader. He came into power in the year 1979. you can be that. Now, one who has been in power for over a span of 4 decades, what could be the achievements he has given or bequeathed to the country that is at Central Africa, Congo? While Congo is still having issues struggling with, economy, just as many African countries are struggling anyway. But we have issue of poor electricity supply, water, and of course, youth unemployment. And he promised, just as he's been promising, that he will continue to make sure that there's employment and of course improve in infrastructural development. But again, what could this mean for democracy in Africa? My name is Philip Omo-Gyukpo, and joining me, I have with me at the Airstream a legal practitioner, Emmanuel Obakpolo. Big thanks for coming once again.
It's a delight being here. Good afternoon, Philip. Good afternoon, viewers.
And next to Emmanuel Obakpolo is the special advisor to the governor of Edo State on digital and resource, Comrade Collins Osaga. This is a new one. I must say congratulations.
Thank you, Philip, and our appreciation to His Excellency, Mr. Governor.
All right, so the struggle has been on, and it's good to know that you've been able to bet at a point, and we see this as an opportunity for you to make sure that democracy thrives, most especially at the level at which you perform in office.
You are very correct. Very correct. Mr. Philip, which democracy?
Oh, well, let's leave that at that. Basically, we also will be joined by a social media influencer, a political analyst from the United States, Texas Houston. If we have the opportunity, please, can we have him on the screen? And he's Ahmed Mamadou.
Good morning, Philip.
Well, where you are is good morning. But good to have you join us this beautiful afternoon in Nigeria. Welcome.
And greetings to all the viewers out there.
Well, we've been looking at the aspect of democracy in Africa, and just last week we discussed that about the country at the Horn of Africa, which was Djibouti, and we had the President Omar Gole, who became sworn in as the 6th-term president in office. Now today we have another which is also trending in the news, where we have Denis Sassou having a 5th term in office. Now, what do you make of this development, Colin Samadi? Do you see this as a trend in Africa, looking at Congo as a case study? Do you see this as a trend in Africa where longevity in leadership could say a lot about democracy thriving in Africa?
I do not see it as a good democratic practice. It's not what should be encouraged. But some will tell you, after all, some of those other countries that even Africa claims to look up to, like the Russia, Putin has been there for only God knows when he's going to leave. But just to say that in a growing democracy, we should have opportunity for many people to test, how indeed they can impact on the life of the people. Because no one person actually knows it all. When we talk about governance, you can contribute, I can contribute. Then we all can put heads together and make it better. But it's quite unfortunate that in Africa, we have had this hegemony system that people feel is a birthright to continually to be there, even when they may not have what exactly to offer. That is why Nelson Mandela have continuously showed a kind of leadership that many were always yearned for. Not necessarily because he didn't have what to offer us at that time. He also felt they fought an apartheid system, that it was not just all about him. It was him and others. And just the way he had an idea, they were also like-minded, had same idea, that they fought that struggle together. And time and years was not on their side. So for him to continue, that means when he spent more years, the next person who is supposed to also throw leadership will be getting aged. And by so doing, there will be no opportunity for them to test the ball. And you can see he did peacefully his 1 term, and having spent so many years in prison, over 40 years, and felt he said to will not allow him to continue. He needed some rest because governance itself is strict. And he said, let him take the bar, and which he did, and some other person also came in. And you can see how South Africa have been managing their democracy in a way that party have actually taken ownership of their system of governance. But what you see in most cases is when party is completely thrown in the trash, and whoever is in government is the alpha and omega. sometimes you see things like that. So if, for example, the countries like Congo we've talked about has a working party system where even leadership within the party can make recommendation and then the president would advise. You can recall in South Africa, is it Ramaphosa or what's his name? It was Ramaphosa. It was his own party, the ANC, that told him that his leadership was not what they envisaged, and that was creating a lot of division somehow within the party, and by so doing he should please resign as the president, because the party actually owned the ticket. So the party was able to change him, and he didn't waste time. He obeyed because there were functional institutions that were running. But in a situation whereby many who are supposed to be outright are playing politics with all issues, at the point they are supposed to raise issues that are germane, that should be well followed, nobody will take them serious. So that is why you see when politicians who are supposed to be stakeholder or statement begin to run for ticket at every given point, that is what you see. When people who are supposed to be an elder statement to sit behind and watch the gameplay and then make recommendation, chooses to be running for positions, they will not even have what it takes to talk, because they have made themselves a real political seeker or a position seeker. By so doing, nobody will take them serious. So I think that is what is happening in some of these countries, that they have find themselves just be like you making reference now to Nigeria, when you are supposed to see men who either have enjoyed, make money, or be in leadership position, have not even been able to deliver. For them to go back now and bring the young ones on board, for example, and then make recommendation and work them in, so that at a certain level they can now also take charge. No, instead, they still want to be at the forefront. They want to be the national chairman. They want to be the national secretary. And at the end of the day, looking for people's children to use for free. So I think possibly those are the things that have been happening in some of these countries, why their actions are not taken serious, the so-called citizens are not taken serious, the major stakeholder politically are not taken serious, because you cannot eat your cake and have it.
Thank you very much. Well, let's look at what the fragmented opposition is like in Congo, because we understand the fact that some of the parties, boycotted the election. And of course, you look at the winning that Denis Ngoso had, about 94.9% win in the first round. Well, if you go down memory lane and all that has happened in respect of the electoral credibility, would you say that the opposition is living up to capacity, looking at the outcome of the election? Emmanuel.
The first question is whether Denis Sassou Nguesso allowed opposition in the Republic of Congo, and my answer is a capital no.
But it's a multi-party system there.
In the papers, in the books, so, but in practice, no. Now, with specific reference to Congo, democracy is strange to Africa, with specific reference. An African style of civil rulership is strange to international community. From these two phrases, you would agree with me, I want to discuss this topic from two factors. One, the boycott factor, and the decades of tyranny in Congo. Denis Sassou Nguesso has been in power for nearly 42 years now, 4 decades plus. And we saw that opposition parties in the Congo were either suspended or the leaders of that political parties are imprisoned. And we have that of General Misoto and Andre Koma, something like that, who are already serving prison term for about 10 years now. Opposition leaders. So in that kind of situation where opposition leaders are in prison, would you not say that there is opposition in that kind of country? The answer is a no. And now the man is giving, and Congo is indebted. 94.82% of Congo's GDP is on debt. So where you have 94%, only 6% remaining, and that president is still giving the people assurances. Just as we've had assurances in Nigeria, where our indebtedness is skyrocketing every day, every second. Somebody will just wake up from one side of this bed and will just mail it to the National Assembly, and before you know, in the middle of the night, one Godswill Akpabio and his gang will just pass it, and it becomes a law, and they will go take more loans, even with the purported removal of oil subsidy. That is what we've seen in every part of Africa. That is why I did say from the outset that democracy is strange to Africa. An African style of civil rulership or civil tyranny is strange to international community. So now in Congo, there has been these boycotts. Political parties boycotted the elections. And those who refused to boycott, the electoral body suspended them in Congo. So it's either by crook or by hook. I must get it. And this is 5th term. The same thing is happening in Congo. Denis Sassou Nguesso has not improved the life of the people of the Congo. Instead, there is this hardship. No electricity, no water. Water that even the Almighty God and nature agreed, conspired to give man free of charge.
And
but here we have another man is saying, no, you cannot have it. So it goes to tell you how terrible African leaders have really embraced democracy. Maybe they do not understand the definition of democracy, to my mind. And I want to agree absolutely that African leaders need to sit well. Because the truth is this, someday, either in death, he will still leave the power. Power is transient. One man cannot hold onto power, just as he's holding onto power now for about 42 years. And should he succeed, which he has succeeded, he has already been sworn in, and he continue to rule for another term running. And before you know, the man is already 82 years. So before you know, the man will, if God allow him to reach 120, he will die there in power to get to 120 years. So it is terrible. I think African leaders need to have a rethink, and they need to have a rebirth of themselves so that Africa can move forward. But just now, there's no democracy in Africa.
Well, we can hear the special advisor laughing over that, and that seems to see what it is like in Africa, most especially where democracy seems to be ridiculed. Let's go to you, Ahmed Mamadou. You live in a country, a developed polity that seems to have mastered the tenets of democracy in the United States particularly. And of course, you are a Nigerian, and all that transpired, in Nigeria, all through, even in Africa, we've been battling this challenge of democracy that seems to be infectious with tenets that seem to be abused. Now, I remember vividly when we had this discussion sometime back about the challenges facing, democracy in Africa. And you made mention of the fact that democracy attempts, when it comes to longevity of rulers in power, it's not really about the people, but could also be a chip of what democracy could represent. So would you say of this infectious, democracy we have in Africa, would you say, looking at Congo as a case study, that we could do well in terms of the way our leaders seem to posit the perspective of democracy in Africa? Ahmed.
Again, Philip, thank you for inviting me on your show, and I want to congratulate my brother and my leader, Collins, on his appointment.
Thank you.
And I greet all the viewers again. So, just to clarify a little bit, America is not a popular democracy in the sense that you have just described, because as you are well aware, here we have what is known as the collegiate system, where votes are cast and those ones cast votes on behalf of whatever number they represent. So it's not in the strictest terms, it's not a popular democracy as you speak. Because if you also recall, Clinton, the female Clinton, won the popular vote, but Donald Trump was sworn in. And that's happened twice before with George Bush also, who was defeated by the popular vote but was sworn in. So let us make that clear. Now, going to democracy as it relates to the African setting, I do believe that Africa is gradually coming of age in the practice of democracy, but in the ethos, we might be a bit lacking. Take, for example, Nigeria. We've had an unbroken record of a democratic practice with all the ills and the, some people will say it hasn't been perfect. Of course, it's a system that is continuously being fine-tuned. But here we are, almost 25 years later, and we are still practicing our style of democracy. We are fine-tuning it, we are going forward a little bit. Sometimes people find things that are objectionable, we fine-tune it, and we keep on moving. Now, I want to put it on record, and I want to disagree with my co-speaker there that there is some kind of attempt to sit tight in Nigeria. No, that's not the case. You cannot hold the ruling party responsible for the incompetence of opposition parties. I am a firm believer in opposition. I am a firm believer in multi-party democracy. But you cannot have somebody, you cannot give somebody a wife and then tell him how to marry her. That's not how it works. The system has opened the space. It is now left for other participants to abide by the rules, follow the rules, and make sure that everything is above board. We are not just going to take the democratic practice willy-nilly and have people abuse the practice and come out with what they like. In the particular case of the Congo, just to give you a little bit of background, as you are well aware, and some of your viewers are probably aware, there are two Congos. So we are not, let us be clear on who we are talking about. There's the Democratic Republic of Congo, and then there's the other Congo. So now these two Congos, even though they are neighboring countries, they are usually mistaken for one another. On the one side, the irony of it is that their capitals are just split by a river, the Congo River, and both of them draw their names from that Congo River. So what has happened is that we've had a sit-tight wannabe Democrat who has been in government for 42 years. And the people of Congo, because they've been stifled, oppression, and put down in a system that claims to be democratic, they are now left with a leader who is almost approaching senility. He's sitting tight. After 42 years, he doesn't allow the proper expression of any democratic practice in that country. Not only that, he's lining up his son to take over from him whenever it is that the good Lord decides that his time in power has expired. So there has to be some kind of robust framework where we do have something similar in the African Union. It's supposed to be some kind of a peer review. But you see, when the people that are helping to mark your exams are also guilty of the same malfeasance and malpractice, your score is going to be perfect. If we go in a wider sense and look at democracy in Africa, you will find that there are very few other leaders who are in the moral or ethical position to call out some of these constraints and to call out some of these irregularities that are occurring widespread across Africa. It gives Africans a bad name, it gives all of us a bad name, but we must continue to push, we must continue to speak up. I mean, programs like this that allow us to ventilate and allow us to try and seek solutions are very useful. But in the long run, it depends on the people themselves to be able to come out and say, all die not die. We are not going to allow this to happen, and then we are going to do something about it. Until we come to such a point in time, I think a lot of this is just going to be theory and no practical.
Well, thank you very much, Ahmed. I'll come back to you on your very, very philosophical special purpose vehicle. I remember vividly we had that discussion on our show this morning on ITV, and we look at the need for opposition to breathe. And we look at the constitutional amendment, and some who have also, democratic experts have said that the powers of the president, can determine a long way how the opposition is going to fare. Now, do you see the kind of democracy we practice in Africa, looking at what we have in Congo, and of course the ability to amend constitution in order to suit the office of the president? Do you see this as a challenge that is weakening opposition, and how can the opposition rise above board?
And now let me be factual. Invariably, all the countries, all the states in the world, let me use the international terms, all the states in the world have always had their constitutional web-breathed to create growth for each of these countries at the very onset. But when you can't be firm enough on the ground of justice to maintain their same status quo, there will always be problem.
But the problem
that's there I come.
Ability of the legislator to check the excesses of the executive president.
Now there I come. The laws are there to help. The judiciary is there to come in when there are needs to urgently come in to intervene. That is why you see America is still breathing. Otherwise, within the few period of the president who was using presidential order to do many things, you would have seen that they would have set aside their constitution. Exactly. But so quickly, some people still rush to the courts to seek for justice from the jurists. And they are also proactive to act because they know there is already an institution that has been collectively built.
You're talking about the effectiveness of separations of powers.
Now, no.
Which we seem to be lacking in
Let
Africa.
me tell you, in a situation, even citizens can arise. In some of those cases we are talking about, it is not the same institution that had fought. Citizens have arisen to quickly call the spade through legal means.
But we continue to have weak institutions while we are having strong men.
We have institutions. There will always be strong men. And there will always be institutions. Somebody has to also grow to become strong. Now, how do you grow to become strong? The problem we have always had, you see people sometimes come up to want to lead opposition. They are not firm in even leading the opposition. You collect money, for example, to saying as opposition, we are not very rich, we need some resources to put ourselves together. They give you money or they give you the wherewith, maybe gathered by the same citizens, in order to foster the future we are talking about. And at the end of the day, you steal their money and you are accountable. The trust for you
Are you
first.
blaming the opposition or the incumbency factor?
Okay, I'm talking about even when building the opposition. Do you build opposition on hair? You build opposition starting from trust. Now we have seen people before who said they weren't sharing shishi, for example. They said they wanted to build a firm opposition. And they got close to the common man and to the people on the market and asked them to raise money. People were raising money, raising 100 naira, thinking that they had a leader. And after the election, they now said, okay, here we are. How much did we raise in total? How much did you expend? Why did you ask? They created a fashion and they destroyed the system. Now, and they ran away. Now, that's what I'm trying to tell you, that not only there is a trust to which the people can leverage on and say, genuinely lead us to the promised land, then there will be problem. Now some people also, I'm not using some you have knowledge about because we are talking internationally. Nigeria is also part of international.
Yeah,
so
we'll come to Nigeria.
No, now if you now so say, for example, oh, somebody want to make a Nigeria a one-party system, then you quickly find yourself in another party. Then you are making that party a group of persons or party system. Driving those you met. Is that not worse than, for example, your claim that somebody want to make a Nigerian party system? Somebody who already have the NAF and the YAM, assumingly. You that is trying to struggle. You came somewhere and said, let us build a system. You came to somebody's house.
Okay.
Then you took over everything. That also simply means that if you have the opportunity to become the president of that country, you will do more than the Congolese president that is spending over 2 decades.
I want to assume, Special Advisor, Collins, that you are an advocate of a strengthened opposition rather than having a fragmented, weakened opposition.
No, see, for us to have a very strong opposition is very good at all levels, even in the family setting.
So what's the role of the incumbent president, the incumbent?
First,
in strengthening the opposition
is to continue to give opportunity for institutions to run itself by not involving yourself or by not interfering.
Okay, but do you see that about Congo's president?
No, certainly that one is outside the box. That one is on thinking.
So we could make a comparative analysis with that of the Nigerian president.
Of course.
We'll do that when we get there. But let's get your thoughts on this, on the development so far, and if you have reactions over what Colin said and of course what Ahmed said.
Well, quickly. Congo, there are two types of Congo Brazzaville,
yes,
and
the
former Zaire, who is now known as Democratic Republic of Congo, with its capital known as Kinshasa. Now, when you look at what is happening in Congo, you would agree with me that it's a virus that has spread all over Africa. However, some countries, some states in Africa have chosen to be exceptions to those rules. A very good example is South Africa and our neighbors here, Ghana. You can see that when you want to define democracy, you must first of all look at the tenets of democracy, which are one, equality before the law, due process of the law, separation of powers. If you look at these countries whose presidents have chosen to sit tight for decades, or who have attempted to elongate their tenure, either by crook or by hook, by all means, you would agree that their constitution so capture separation of powers. Like the constitution of Nigeria captures separation of powers.
All right.
Section 4, Section 5, and Section 6, with specific reference to Section 4 and 5.
Okay, I'll pause you there quickly, and we're going to be taking a short break. Don't forget, we are on the fifth term of the Congo's president, talking about Denis Sassou Nguesso, and of course, democracy in trial and how it can help to better, democracy in Africa, using Congo as a case study. We'll take a short break, and after this break, we will be firing on all cylinders, bringing you an extension of this discussion. Do stay. Congo Sassou Nguesso's fifth-term democracy on trial is what we're about. My name is Philip Omo-Gyukpon. I still have the presence of the newly appointed special advisor to the governor of Edo State in digital and resource, Comrade Collins Osaga. The big thanks for sustaining your presence.
Thank you very much.
And also have the presence of Emmanuel Bakpolo Esquire. Big thanks for being here.
Thank you.
And of course, the presence of the political analyst, also social media influencer from the United States, Texas hosting, Amen Mamodo. Thanks for sustaining your presence. Well, while we had a break, before the break, you had the floor. So let's look at what you could be projecting, and most especially as we look into how to, tackle this headlong in respect of bringing about strength, breathing life into oppositions in order to have a reflection of democracy in our elections, in order to see credible elections, in order to see a polity that seems not to, coax the opposition.
Like I did say, for a country or a state to have democracy, the constitution of that country must have life. And where the constitution does not have life, then that democracy is dead. And what you may just see that may have the flavor of democracy is civil tyranny. And that is why, like I opined, the Nigerian constitution captures the tenets of democracy. And what are these? I did say they are equality before the law, due process of the law, separation of powers. And I was speaking with specific reference to separation of powers.
Exactly.
Now, the Nigerian constitution, section 4 and section 5, section 6, capture separation of power.
Okay, but now, does that of Congo capture it?
It does. It does. But the problem is that in theory, there is separation of power. And that makes it, that is the reason why it is called a democracy. But in practice, they don't allow it to be practicalized. Take for instance.
So you see a deliberate manipulation of democracy,
yes,
an aggrandizement,
yes,
in the leadership of Africa.
And that is why even the hierarchy of the AU, the African Union, cannot say anything, because every one of them, just like Momodu opined, is guilty of the same thing. So by the time you sit tight in your own country, and another Mr. ABC is sitting tight in his own country, and the matter is brought before you, what would you say? In fact, you cannot even pronounce justice. So, and that is why you see today in Africa, most African countries are really ravaging in penury, in poverty, in pains, and anything you can think of, hardship, because we need fresh ideas. For goodness sake, a man of 82 years old does not really have that mental capacity to so govern his country.
But the constitution allows it.
More so that in his country, where you have weak institutions, like the United States, which somebody the other day was saying, oh, but Joe Biden was 80 plus, and he was the president of the United States of America. America does not even need president, because you have functional institutions.
Its institutions are running.
Run it. But yeah, in Africa, we don't have functional institutions. So we need men of ideas. Until we do have young lads who will now mount the leadership positions and bring up fresh, good ideas.
Okay.
Like the SNR on digital. His brain should be digitalized. So we want to see people like that, okay, who will mount saddled with governmental responsibility to see how the ideas they have, okay, they cannot bring it to play. But when you bring somebody who lacks the mental capacity, and that is the reason why most times those who lack mental capacity want to remain in power infinito, okay, because they want to see that anything that makes them to leave power, they may not be recognized. And you know, an inferior man is a man who always wants to hold on to power.
Okay, late Sonny Okoso once said, the singer once said, which way Nigeria? And that's a big question we are also asking, which way Africa? Now back to you, Ahmed. let's look at what you said about the beauty of democracy as practiced in America. You say stricto sensu, they don't do it as is being, described, stricto sensu. Which way or what kind of system of government or leadership would you profile for Africa? Because to your mind, do you see democracy as practiced in Africa working? What can be done to make a change in narrative? Should we seek for another system of government? So, the floor is yours, Ahmed.
Thank you again, Philip, and I always appreciate your allowing me to air my views here. So as far as Africa is concerned and the practice and widespread practice of democracy vis-a-vis somewhere like the United States, I do believe that because of our unique history. So to give it a little bit of background, most of the African countries that are currently practicing one form of democracy or the other today inherited their form of democracy from their colonial masters. So we are transiting in the space of less than a century. Most of these countries got their independence in 1940s, 1950s, and 1930s, etc. So we are transiting from a mental, going on the back of what the other gentleman said, we are transiting from a mental incapacity to govern ourselves to now democratic practice, which may not be entirely suited to our present state of mind. Now, at this point in time, we have a lot of Africans who are in the diaspora, such as myself, bringing back ideas in the so-called practice of democracy. And then as these things continue to take root, we are hoping that it will get better. But the fundamental principle of the democracy, as has been highlighted, is that multi-party system, is the adherence to the rule of law, and is the respect for the right of the people. How do we continue to make this possible is by having this kind of dialogues, allowing the system to thrive. Let me quickly point out something that the opposition keeps on ignoring in Nigeria. The enthronement of democracy has been made possible in Nigeria to a large extent because of this rotational presidency that we have. Now, it's a simple matter of wait for your turn, it will come back to you. This is what didn't allow Obasanjo to get his third term, because they knew that as soon as they allow him get his third term, it would truncate the line and put everything in disarray. After Obasanjo, the next person came, it went to the North. The North had a little problem. Jonathan came. He was told, it's not your time, do a little bit of this, go away. Buhari came, he spent his 8 years, he has gone. Now it is back to the South. The South expects to spend its 8 years, and the North is going to wait patiently on the sidelines for the 8 years to elapse and to go back. So in some of our own, we have somehow allowed our own democracy to take root in a way that nobody properly envisaged when it started. But it's a plus. There's nobody that is going to come out now and say after 4 years of Tinubu that the presidency should return to the North. Nobody is going to allow that because it goes against every ethical foundation that has been laid out for the last 25 years. This is a plus. Now, all of these systems, all of these countries, all of these societies, they have to design ways that allows democracy to take root, whether it is traditionally, but by whatever means. There are some countries that allow a rotational presidency of 6 years of a fixed term. Some do it for 4 years. America allows you to spend 4 years. For only 8 years in total, after which you must leave. So every society has to find a way that allows its own system to thrive, allows its own democracy to thrive. But I think we've come to the agreement worldwide that democracy is the best form of governance that allows multi-party participation and allows the citizens to air their own views occasionally by either changing the participants, changing the rules through their elected representatives, or even coming out to protest when they feel whatever it is that is necessary to be done is not being done.
About the fact that in the office of the president, for instance, that of Nigeria, and of course even that of Congo, like we can also see and deduce, that it seems to be too much of powers rested in that office. And of course, that again can be abused. We remember, of course, the doctrine which says, adage that says power corrupts, And absolute power corrupts absolutely. I think that was Aristotle.
Lord Atkins.
Lord Atkins made mention of it, propounded it, that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I think that was where Evidice brought about the rule of law, and that was where the separation of powers came about in order to balance governance. Are you by this saying that you are not bothered by the fact that we seem not to have this in Africa, even in Nigeria, where you have in practice separations of power, where the office of the executive president wouldn't be seen as taking dominance over other organs?
Thank you again, Philip, for that question. And it's a very interesting question, but allow me to throw a question back at you. Do you find that the president is as powerful as the state governors? Because I don't. I believe Nigerian state governors are far more powerful than the executive president. I believe they have more latitude. They are allowed more freedom by the citizens for one reason or the other. But let us expound on this on a little bit. We have had over the past 25 years a system of gradual enthronement and expansion of democratic ethos and principles. Why do I say this? Recently, we've seen where this administration and the administration previous to it insisted that financial autonomy, which is one of the bedrocks of any institutionalized democracy, financial autonomy to the other co-equal but separate arms of government must continue to be improved and must continue to be established. What this has led to is a point where we now have local government. Look at the robustness of the oncoming local government elections. Look at the participation, the fervor that it is driving. Look at the quality of aspirants that are coming out. It didn't happen before. But what is happening now is that because our people are seeing that there is now financial autonomy, a local government chairman is going to actually be able to engage on a level that has not previously been allowed, and he's going to be allowed the freedom to do what he wants with the promise and the participation of the local people. Then there's going to be development. So people are excited. We have doctors, we have professors, we have all manner of qualified people coming to the grassroots level to come and participate. As far as the judiciary is concerned, look at the pronouncements of the judiciary recently. They've come out fearlessly. They've come out to say, this is right, this is wrong, this is how this should be practiced, let us do it this way. And some of this is allowed because of financial autonomy. Even though the presidency is still strong, and I agree with you, there's too much power still put in the presidency. But we've been seeing a gradual whittling away of these powers. And how is this happening? By people coming in and bringing ideas and ensuring that there is participation by the co-equal branches of the government.
Thank you, Ahmed. I agree to the fact that you concluded by saying that there's too much powers in the office of the president. I think I congratulate you on that, because you were almost dodging the question. Now let's get back to you now. We see what he said, even in the office of the governor, we still see these largesse of powers. Now, how do we whittle down the powers of the president so that it doesn't seem to dominate other organs, most especially as we have it right now?
I don't want to agree that the power of the president is being misused so far.
Are you talking about Nigeria or Africa?
No, I'm talking about Nigeria now as a case study. But outside Nigeria, maybe like the Congos and all that,
what's the difference between that of Congo and that of Nigerian president?
No,
we still have issue where some powers are too much in an office.
No.
We still have it that of Nigeria.
Now, even if you want to agitate, you will agitate based on your law. The law they have in Congo, does it permit that you can run for 100 years? The law we have in Nigeria, does it permit you can run outside 8 years?
Okay, but apart from that, do you see the legislature as being independent of the executive or an apron string?
Now, people will always say legislatures are independent when they are throwing tantrums, when they are fighting, when you go to media and insult different arms or the different arms of government.
But there seems to be this oversight function missing.
That is to you.
When you see so much hobnob between the executive and legislature.
Would you allow me to drop after you ask me? Now, let me tell you. Now, that is why we have the people. We have representatives. when you have called your people to go and represent you, and at the level of the chamber, they have set up different committees on different issues, and who does their oversight? And these people are not doing their own work, for example. Do you expect the executive to take in and flog them around to go and oversight? And these are the people that are supposed to oversight them? It's check and balance. They already have the autonomous power vested on them by the law and by action of their free legislative opportunity to indeed do their job. If you are to do oversight on budgeting, for example, as a committee or ad hoc committee set up by the parliament, it is envisaged or embodied on you, so you that at every budget implementation, yes, you must do your part to find out this thing that we approved at the level of budgeting.
So what you're saying is that if they are not checking the exercise of the executive, it's a failure on their part. Then, we have in Nigeria. That
is where the citizen must also come into, because we are not participants. Our people are just going on beer parlor rumors on issues. Most cases, we are not participants. Okay. We just take one information from one person or an opposition. We will just break out of proportion without actually finding out. Now, somebody will tell you that Nigeria economy has never been worse than before. Even when IMF will tell you that this is the indices to which Nigeria economy is growing. I asked somebody in the recent time, is it when pepper soup has now become 15 naira that you know Nigeria economy is growing?
Thank you,
there are indices to which you check growth and not growth.
Thank you,
but they don't want to understand. Some of them, they just think Smith must be 100 naira. That would tell you the economy is growing.
Thank you,
no, there are ways and time to which the implementation
the pendulum swing, please. Let the pendulum swing to Emmanuel. While he was speaking, I could see your expression.
You know, the Esquire wants to fight me here.
It wasn't an expression of satisfaction at all. Can you ventilate your reaction?
What do you anticipate from an APC stalwart? What do you anticipate? Now, let me tell you. Maybe he doesn't know. The Nigerian Constitution has 67 powers. Out of that 67, 64 to executive, 1 to legislature, 1 to judiciary. Is that not 66? Remainder 1. The last one is shared between the executive and the legislature. And now, invariably we are saying that out of 67 powers, the executive has 65.
Wow.
1 to legislature, 1 to judiciary.
But the same in America.
And when you talk of executive, you are talking of the president and the governors at the state level.
And local government chairman.
Let me tell you, it worries me, it bothers me that the Nigerian Constitution can just give such powers on the platter of gold to an executive. And that could make that executive to be a tyrant or an emperor. And that is what we have seen in this dispensation. So the president of Nigeria appoints INEC chairman. The president of Nigeria can just, with the flip of his fingers, tell the Senate president to approve of a loan money. That one, within 30 minutes, we approve it.
And that is what we have seen. Can't change in the nearest future.
Yes, and they don't know, or maybe they know.
But that's not
Nigeria true. Is going, has this nosedive in terms of economy. And I want to tell you that we have not seen anything yet until this document that we call the Constitution is jettisoned. And perhaps, maybe we will now look for the 2014 Sovereign National Conference document and begin to see how that is when we should be ready to move forward. But just now, the executive has so much powers. And I want to tell you that the singular reason why the executive has so much influence on other arms of government in Africa is because of the said constitution. And this constitution can be amended to suit the whims and caprices of the president at any time. So we have a long way to go. And I pray that Congo just now is what we are discussing. But here we have on our own hanging on our neck here in Nigeria. And I pray 2027, God keeps us, should be a better way.
What do you see as the way forward for Africa in terms of getting it right democratically in 1 minute?
With this crop of leaders, we can't get it right.
You just did 5 seconds.
Yes.
It's remaining 5 seconds.
Big thanks.
Well, but you are not asking me. You are asking Bole.
Okay, in 5 seconds.
I think first what we need is full participant. No participant on me say. Follow up and make core recommendation on how things can be better.
All right, thank you. Amen Mamadou, let me also give you that opportunity to express in 5 seconds what Africa should go about in terms of deepening democracy.
we must always fight and resist the effect of singular party systems. We must always fight and resist and keep the narrative going about the democratic practice. We must always fight for our rights, and we must always be vocal when it's affecting the other person, not just when it comes to you, because by the time it comes to you, it's already too late.
Thank you, Ahmed Mamadou. Good morning once again, because it's morning in your country. And of course, big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. And also big thanks to the special advisor to the governor on digital and races, to the governor of Edo State, Comrade Colin Samadi.
Thank you.
Handshake.
Thank you.
Extend the handshake to you.
I've not seen his phone, whether the phone is well digitalized.
Big thanks to you, Emmanuel Bakbolo Esquire, for always taking our time to be part of this. We want to see deep in democratic, build up in your new office, and we want to say you continue to enjoy, the opportunity to be in the studio and fight for democracy to be sustained.
Sure.
Not just necessarily being sentimental.
I have never been.
He's an executive.
I have never been sentimental.
He's a stooge of the executive.
Big thanks. That's the much you can take on today's show on Africa Discuss. I am Philip Omo Gupon. We do this same time next week. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you.
ITV, certainly the best.
again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Engato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Now go this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in reps and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Engato Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time do this? 3, 2, 1. This when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please will just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, well, also, let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's lastly, yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please don't stand on it. Keep that means this. And horse stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for the ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and I called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thank you very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a strive. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah. ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope. Yari yari,
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
Come on.